De son, check 1, 2, 1, check. Il y a toujours cette petite saturation en fin de voix, mais le son est beaucoup mieux qu'avant, quoi.
Est-ce qu'elle y est quand on envoie du son de média?
Tu vois? Et là, je comprends pas pourquoi.
Quand on envoie du son de média, est-ce qu'elle y est aussi ou pas du tout?
Un chouïa, c'est moins audible, mais elle y est aussi.
C'est bizarre, hein.
Donc,
Mais là, comme ça, par
bah
contre,
tiens, regarde, je t'envoie le Mac. Vas-y, écoute. Non, c'est celui-là. Attends, je vais te mettre du son. One, two, 1, 2. T'as la musique, t'as ma voix, je sais pas. Check 1, 2. Test son dans la room C avec problème de saturation. Est-ce que tu valides? Ton stream? Le mec du stream. C'est comment? Dans l'interface. Là, ça passe, on n'a pas de problème. Si jamais la tête, faut pas dépasser le quart, sinon ça sature. Et là, j'avais pas regardé le gain, mais en fait, Nico, il avait trop poussé. Il l'avait trop poussé, du coup, ça sature tout de suite. Le gain, tu le mets vraiment au minimum, et ton fader, tu le mets à unité gain à 0, tu vois, comme ici, quoi. Voilà. Et ici, tu le mets à pas plus du quart, quoi. Ça, c'est le truc à savoir. Tu peux balancer la méthode sur le s'il te plaît. Excuse me. There's a cameraman. We have a cameraman, so he can. Yes, yeah, it's okay. It's okay for me. Check.
Hello, welcome. Okay? Yeah, okay. Does anyone want to hear their own voice on mic? I think we're fine. Hello? Yeah? Okay.
You need a microphone for Q&A, maybe?
I think we're going to have some time,
You have
yes.
someone for moving
I haven't
microphone?
organized anyone.
So,
Oh, that was my job?
I don't know.
Okay, okay. I'm going to ask someone from the organizers, maybe.
We have Samir, is a manager, room manager.
Okay.
Maybe he can do that?
And you need the mic because of the live online. If someone just shouts, it's not going to be good if we don't have a microphone person.
Samir, est-ce que toi tu peux gérer les Q&A? Les questions publiques, on te donne un micro et puis tu te balades dans la salle pour donner? Ouais. Ok, ok. Samir,
Maybe one or two questions. There's not much time, so maybe one or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all good. So I have your microphone is number 2 for you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Okay.
And one more again. La housse, tu vois, elle remonte sur les bords. Et là, ton truc, il est tout plat. Donc ça va rien changer. C'est pas technique. Bah, en fait, moi, je veux bien les retirer, mais tu vas voir, il est posé. Ah ouais, ça va tomber, ça va rouler. Oui, non, mais après, on fait comme ça.
This is on. Can we go? No, no, no. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yes. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I think everybody's fresh and ready after food. I'm hoping the people with us online did actually get a lunch break very quickly. All right, we are back after lunch break and we're starting the second session after very interesting conversations. I'm Layali Ramahi, the regional lead for North America. I'm very glad to be the MC for this section. And without further ado, this room, and that's me, of course, but we are going to the previous one. We are here for the discussion mobilizing finance for energy efficiency and for those interested in enabling biodiversity concerns across portfolios. That is in room D, happening at the same time. So without further ado, with a very interesting panel, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Anna Bachrova. So with her, she's going to start our conversation. See you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for making it here after lunch. This is the session Mobilizing Finance for Energy Efficiency, and not only this is my favorite topic, but if many of you noticed during the panels earlier today, energy efficiency came up rather often in the discussions earlier today. And so I have an amazing lineup of speakers next to me who are going to do the heavy lifting, but it's going to be fine, I promise. We have this way, Grace. So Grace came from furthest away on this panel. She is coming from the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which is Australian government's green bank, and she works on consumer finance. She's gonna tell us more about that a bit later. There's Mr. Dirk Bart, head of ESG from Berlin HIP. This is a financial institution not only with 150 years of history, but also a signatory of the Principles for Responsible Banking. We have Mr. Luca Bertallo, who is a representative or Secretary General of the European Mortgage Federation and European Covered Bond Council, which is a mouthful, so apologies for botching it already in the beginning. And Luca is also, or the EMF, as we're going to call it from now on, is also a member of the recently founded European Energy Efficiency Finance Coalition, co-convened between the European Commission and UNEP. And last but not least, we have Nathalie Larose. She is Associate Director at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, working on green capital markets. My name is Anna Bachrova. I'm going to be the moderator today. And I'm going to start right off with Grace and her organization, which is supplying finance for investors all around for different activities, and at the same time supporting the Australian government's ambition to cut CO2 emissions. So let's start with your perspective. How does Australia do it? What has been a successful financial mechanism to incentivize households, investors, private sector to actually go and invest in energy efficiency?
Thanks, Anna. It sounds like a big task. So I thought I'd explain it by sharing with you what I've done over the last 4 years, and Luca really helped me. So I'm really excited to be on the same panel with him. So back in 2019, I started looking into creating a green mortgage in Australia. That's because back in 2017 and 18, we started seeing a lot of green residential-backed mortgage securities coming to market. And they were basically just green mortgages that the financial institutions themselves deemed green, and there were no benefits to the end household. So I could see that there was a missed opportunity there. So I set out to establish a real green home loan where the end household will get benefit from energy performance, and we can offer discounts to the loan, to the mortgage, to the household. And what we proved with that program was that with a really good discount, you can actually get consumers to take up those energy improvements to their house. And even though it was an effort for them to navigate what type of energy upgrades they needed to make, the early adopters were able to take advantage of the really attractive discount to make those upgrades. But where we came into some barriers was that after these early movers, it became really clear that a discount was not enough to get consumers to take action. So here comes my current fund, which is $1 billion Household Energy Upgrades Fund, which I roll out green consumer loans to help incentivize households to make upgrades. And what we've learned is that we need the financiers to actually help the consumers navigate that complex home energy ecosystem. So we're now seeing an innovation in that space with a lot of fintech and technologies-based home energy advisors, providing a portal for the household to actually seamlessly calculate how much energy they can save and what type of technologies they need to install, and also to engage the right installers to help them make those installations. And finance is just the last part of it. And with that and a really attractive discount, we're now seeing a lot of uptake and interest in households. And because of the success of that sort of tie-in with technology providers, the private sector has really stepped in to co-finance. So I was sharing with the panelists earlier, I'm able to get one-to-one leverage. So now I've rolled out about $345 million worth of investments, but the actual program size is $650 million. And even though I'm offering a discount through the government to the investment, I'm able to get even bigger discount from the private financiers. And that's because they all want to say that they're the first bank to tap into my fund. So they're competing against each other, tap into my fund, get the biggest investment, and so they're offering really big discounts. So I think ultimately, in order to make energy efficiency for households success, you need to think about how to help the household navigate the complex system, and finance will come later.
Great. So you're going to see today's panel will offer a lot of diverse regional perspectives. So moving to a range of markets, maybe here with Natalie, who represents the EBRD, which covers about 40 countries from Morocco to Mongolia, all challenging markets, emerging markets. What do you do to stimulate demand for energy efficiency investment and finance?
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you very much for organizing this panel. Very interesting. It's a pleasure to be here. So I wanted to give a bit of perspective to what we are doing here at EBRD to stimulate that energy efficiency demand. So I will look at, take the perspective and focus maybe more on the SMEs lending. So EBRD is working, as you mentioned, in a variety of countries. They all have very different specific economies, and we are targeting and tailoring our supports based on what matters and the different type of economies that we are facing. So we are active, just to give a bit of an overview, in Central Asia, Caucasus, Western Balkan, Eastern Europe, and the North African countries. And they have all their own different specificities. So what we created, it's been about 20 years that we set up a program, a financing program, focused on developing and facilitating financing of energy efficiency. That started in 2006, sorry, where we were exclusively focusing on supporting partner financial institutions in those countries to deploy financing to fund specific energy efficiency projects tailored towards SMEs, households, and some large corporates as well. And now we expanded that program to a wider range, which is also focusing on resource efficiencies. So we're looking at water, for instance, and other type of efficiencies. And the program is basically tailored around several pillars. So one is capacity building. So what we are looking here and is bridging that gap of knowledge that we are facing in those slightly less developed countries. So we are providing for tools to support both the financial institution locally and the MSMEs or SMEs to develop and access knowledge around the energy efficiency products that are there. I will develop a bit later what are those products, but things like a Green Learning Academy or a Green Technology Selectors that really support and bridge that gap. The second aspect, the second pillar is technical assistance. And those, again, are very much tailored to the different regions we are working on based on the economic make. So we have a consultant coming, really working on gap analysis, understanding what are the needs from those SMEs, working with them, implementing projects. So the finance is coming, but it's not coming alone. It's coming with that support to implement and select the right technology. It makes it more manageable. It improves the quality of the projects and create bankable and sustainable markets for energy efficiency. And the whole goal of those type of financing frameworks is very much to create that demand-led energy efficiency market in each of those regions and create that. Yeah, that demand and that understanding of what type of products are available. Obviously, this comes with financing. So we are providing for some loans. We have some grants that are attached to the performance of those loans. And that creates the bridge between that lack of financing and lack to access to finance and that knowledge gap that we see in the different countries. Maybe a bit of regional perspective. So, for instance, we've been working a lot in Turkey with industrial SMEs, helping them to select the best technology available there. Or we've been working also on agriculture energy efficiency. And depending, obviously, as I said, on the regional needs, we will tailor the approach and the support.
Thank you. Energy efficiency is indeed a cross-sectoral topic, but I want to dive a little bit deeper now in real estate finance and starting with Luca and the European Mortgage Federation. Tell us about some of the instruments that you applied to stimulate market for energy efficiency to make it more easy, more accessible, more understandable maybe. Let's start there.
Thank you very much, Anna, and allow me to thank, UNEP and EBRD for the work that you are doing. We have to explain to more than 2,000 banks that they have to change their business model, and changing the mentality of the banking sector is the only way to change the mentality of a million of citizens. I always say to the European Commission, if you convince the marketing department of a bank, and I am very honored to have the greenest bank of my members here, and you can sell whatever you want. The banks are happy to change the mentality of people. So here we have to create a kind of hierarchy in governance on how we have to change the paradigm and highlighting the business model and the opportunity behind this. We are an organization, as I said, umbrella of 2,000 banks. So what we are trying to do is to create initiatives that are moving the banks in the same direction. In Europe is also, I think, the backbone of the single market, because the mortgage market are still very national. I'm sure that you can not buy a house in France and get a mortgage in Germany. It's still not yet possible. And our dream is that one day we will have one single market also for the mortgage market. And this energy efficiency for me is the best possible opportunity to change the market and build hope for people. Because the house is the place where you grow your kids, but it's also the place where you build your opportunities. I was born in Rome. I spent my last 20 years in Brussels. And I love Brussels because it's the city of the biggest opportunity of my life. But without the chance of buying a house in Brussels, you cannot build your future, you cannot build your house. And I think that we have to link the energy efficiency also to this idea of social lift. But we have to give the instrument to the banks. And what does it mean? Well, we have to change the regulation in an intelligent way. I think taxonomy did a lot in Europe, but it's not enough. And then we have to be humble and think, that's why we need the United Nations, that we will not fix the energy efficiency problem in Europe, where only 7% of the global population lives. It's not changing the windows in Berlin, in Stockholm, that we will fix the problem. No, we have to create a scale-up factor where we will create a business model where people will make money, will make interest in changing the model. So we have done an energy efficiency mortgage label, obliging all our banks to have similar disclosures. Because if you have IT models that highlight, for example, the energy performance certification, you attract new investors on your balance sheet. I think Dirk will tell more about this. If you have more investors in your portfolio, you are more financial stable. You rely much less on deposit. So your funding cost can be reduced over time. Your rating can be improved. And the bank will change the IT system because at the end of the day, it's only data problem. And to change an IT system in a bank is quite costly. I mean, Dirk, no? I mean, how much? And when Dirk goes to the CEO and say, by the way, we have to spend 100 million for changing the IT system. The question is why? Yes. And why we have to change? And he needs to have EBRD, UNEP 5, a lot of institutions that tells that's the right thing to do, because otherwise Dirk will be a crazy guy in front of the CEO. And you need to justify it. So this is the game that we are doing all together. And we have to build trust in what we are doing. And we have to change only where is needed. Also allow me to say something. I love taxonomy, because taxonomy is changing the mentality. But we have to fix a lot of things, because, I mean, otherwise we are asking useless things. We have to create a market taxonomy that will help banks input money rapidly in the market, not creating problems. And I think Mario Draghi has helped in shaking a bit the tree in Brussels, saying we have to revisit something. It's not only energy efficiency, there are a lot of things that we have to revisit, but I mean, anyhow, we have 5 years to change things. But that's the idea. We have to make a market revolution, and we have to give a simple solution to banks to move capital in the pocket of normal people to make energy efficiency investment. Thank you.
Well, I think I should have let Luca moderate this session. He's doing a great job. Before we move to the more tricky questions that I have for you, I wanted to give Dirk an opportunity to tell us more about Berlin HIP. Their core business segment is commercial real estate finance, and they have the ambition to make their entire portfolio climate neutral by 2040 at the latest. If I read that.
Not 2040, 2050. By the latest, so 2045. But
okay, well, in a few years. So, yeah, are you on track? What is the recipe you're following on that track, and what is the role of energy efficiency finance on that track?
okay, thank you very much for having me here. And Luca, you set the bar pretty high for me now, and expectations are high. So we are a mid-sized commercial real estate lender, focusing obviously Germany, France, the Benelux, as well as Poland. And 35 billion assets on the balance sheet. It's not that big, yeah, but roughly nearly 40% it's green bond eligible assets. And that's very important, asking or giving the answer of your question where we're aiming at. We are currently stand at 27 kilogram carbon emission per square meter per year. We track that on a quarterly basis, and the target is a 40% reduction to 19 kilograms by 2030. And to come to that point, I think that's a long history, and ESG, every time I say that, is a journey, and actually the journey starts in 2015. We as a Pfandbrief bank has been among the first who issued a green bond. And issuing a green bond means acting with investors. You said it was rating agency, they are quite demanding, they want a yearly reporting, you have to have the data in-house, and starting writing a green bond framework. But it's only the passive side, the refinancing of the bank. And now you have to go to your nice guys in the distribution. They have to be trained, they have to go to their clients and make them aware, you know, the rules are a little bit changing over time, and I will come in a minute to that, what that meant for us, and writing a sustainable finance framework. And starting with the topic, setting targets and so forth, we had a big program in 2020, And the first result out of that has been that we started a decarbonization project 2021, and we, as I said, we implemented that in 2022, and we finalized it this year in the second quarter. Why is this huge time gap? And actually the case has been we changed the pricing mechanism. So every loan, what we said, you can only get a loan with us if you have an energy performance certificate. So we know what is the carbon footprint of that specific real estate. We look at the transitional risk, we look at the physical risk, and we implement an ESG score, how the lender is performing. So that's something what we have decided, and that's part of every loan which we give out, and we incentivize that because we have a good refinancing, we have a nice mother with a good rating as well, which is supporting us, Landesbank Baden-Württemberg, and we pass this also, this kind of benefits in giving green loans at a more attractive price. In the end, it's not like that you want to have a nice return. It's very much in the first hand a kind of a risk framework, because we believe that those kind of assets have a better risk profile going forward. The easy thing is that you tackle that mostly with a new business coming up, with new projects. And we come later on that. I think it's the next topic. It's much more difficult, trickier with the existing real estate portfolio. And with this discussion you have with your clients, you try to influence them that they have to move. They have to spend money to renovations, that's the right word, and that costs a lot of money, and we're also asking that they're going to change from using oil and gas as a heating more to renewables, or a kind of district heating, which is a common topic in Germany as well, and there has been a nice topic as well in Germany. It's the heat pumps. It's a miracle by the latest government, but it's still something which is important, putting these heat pumps into work and use renewable energy. And all these kind of small measures are helping in the end.
Thank you, Dirk. You mentioned risk several times in your intro remarks, and energy efficiency finance, we heard some examples of successful implementation of energy efficiency finance, but the risk remains. Are these real risks? Is it more a risk perception, or are there misconceptions about risk? What are, in your respective areas of work, bottlenecks or risks that prevent additional scale-up of energy or faster scale-up of energy efficiency finance?
For us, it's the core topic, the risk measurement. We look at physical risk. We work together with Karl, is one of the subsidiaries from Ergo Group belonging to Munich Re. They are just coming up with a new model. It's even more clearer where flooding or high water marks are. That is also important to give out better prices. And as well, as we are a Pfandbrief bank and covered bonds, we need the insurance. Otherwise, we cannot issue that or put these kind of assets in the covered bond pool. And that's from tremendous importance for us to understand what is the physical risk. And the transitional risk is to understand what the landlord wants to move on that way, and what kind of assets they have or cash flow available, because we're not just lending out for the underlying. For us, is more important is these kind of real estate properties, are they attractive for the tenants? And there we have to distinguish with two markets. The one hand is living, and the other one is the main offices, the commercial side. And there we currently facing, like the industry, big problems that you have on the living side. You have to have the affordability. There's a demand is much, much higher than what you can get in Germany currently. And on the offices, spaces, other way around. And when we see new properties coming in with energy performance targets, A, great ESG score, also social score, so everybody wants to move there, and then we lack maybe we have cities, Nuremberg or Bamberg or something like you never probably heard of here in Geneva, but they are not really attractive for one or the other smaller investor. They're focusing in the main places, and we don't want to have stranded assets in the end in our balance sheet.
Grace, is that similar or very different in Australia?
I actually look at risk slightly differently. In that I work with financial institutions, and to them, they see this huge transition happening before their eyes. It's coming inevitably, and on their balance sheet, mortgages is a huge asset class on their balance sheet. So they know there's a big opportunity to finance that transition. But they're all really scared, and just as Luca said, should I spend that amount of money to change my IT system? Will there be enough take up that it's worth my money? So when I talk to banks, there are 3 different types of responses. The first one I encountered 2 weeks ago again, and they basically said, unless it's going to make me a lot of money, and unless it's $1 billion or billions worth of dollars opportunities, I'm not doing it. And I'll just lobby the government to change the building code instead. So these banks are missing out on the opportunity that's before their eyes, missing out on the opportunity to train up their workforce. So that's the risk. The second type of banks is, I really want to do it, but I don't want to go in all in. I'll just go half in. So they spend some IT money, they offer some discount, do some marketing, but they really don't help the end household navigate that consumer energy journey. So what I end up seeing is that their program is not very successful. There's very little uptake, and there's a lot of complaints about the process being difficult. So although these banks have tried, unless they go all in, actually it backfires on them. But the third case are the ones who are successful. They go all in, they spend the IT money, and they do marketing and a tie-in with these specialists to help their consumers, who are their own customers, to green up the portfolio. And as an example, recently I rolled out a $75 million program of my investment, total program size $150 million. That bank spent $5 million in IT costs, plus onboarding this private company to help their customers green up the homes. And I'm only offering them $1.5 million in discount. So net, they've spent a lot of money. And what I'm seeing now, within 2 weeks, they've managed to originate the size of portfolio that other banks have taken 3 months to originate. So doing it right and spending that money will actually mitigate a loss of risk for you, but it's just having that trust that you will deliver if you do it properly. I think that's the biggest win.
And as far as I'm aware, the EBRD has a similar approach. The building the trust is in a way translated into building capacity of
Yes.
the financial institutions, which are going to then lend on to the final borrower. Tell us more about specific examples, maybe 1 or 2, that you take this public donor funding to do capacity building, technical assistance for the banks, which then leverage their finance, private finance, and ultimately how that helps develop the markets for energy efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the main challenge we have currently in our countries, is that financial institutions are very skeptical because they can't really measure energy efficiency, and they don't have reliable standards to work on those type of projects. So we do a lot of work to first educate. So we have those, what I was mentioning earlier, a Green Learning Academy that genuinely just educate the financial institutions about what type of product and why energy efficiency, and looking at this, those climate risks. So climate risk awareness is important when assessing their lending toward SMEs. A lot of them there is a true awareness issue about what the risks are, both for the financial institutions, but also for the end clients. So we really work at both levels, enabling those banks to very much assess that risk better, and also the MSMEs to understand why is it good for their business to do this type of financing. And so coming to your the technical assistance, I think one really good example of what we developed is that green technology selector. So it's basically, we call it an Amazon for energy efficiency. So based on the country where you are operating, you have access to an entire portfolio of technologies. It can be anything from, like the type of lighting, the type of machineries that you can find that are more energy efficient, agricultural technology. So there is a huge range of available technology with reliable information, and that provides for a given country the best available technology in place that is accessible for SMEs, that give the technical criteria and the energy efficiency and energy savings that you can expect by introducing those technologies in the businesses. And so it gives the PFIs the confidence and the comfort that by financing such improvement and those specific technologies, there is actual measurable results. So we are here to support that knowledge gap, that technical assistance, and in turn, what we developed is those products that are incentives product, where those technologies are chosen. There is an incentive for the MSMEs, in the financial incentive, which is financed by a grant, basically, to adopt them. So there is this risk mitigation and risk awareness that we are working on at EBRD in those regions.
And the green technology selector is country specific?
Yes.
So case in point, there was in an earlier panel, someone said local action for global impact. Well, there is a good example. Luca, you mentioned your EMF label. Is that a tool to address risk? Is that a tool to increase awareness? Is that the way to skyrocket energy efficiency finance?
Yeah, I mean, we hope so. I mean, I think here the game is creating a scaling up factor for the industry. And I think capital markets have an important role to play. So a common label can facilitate disclosures, as we said before, but also can help banks in giving a target of what they have to change internally. So it's a simplifying tool. It's a meter that we want to offer. And we hope that around this we can build capital markets finance for three major areas. Because I would like to say the problem is not on the mortgage business. If we look what the European Banking Authority analysis has done last year in March, if I'm not mistaken, they have calculated the green asset in the banking system in Europe. Mortgages are the greenest asset in Europe with 11% of green asset ratio. To give you an example, the small medium enterprises have a 0.5 of green asset ratio. So I'm asking myself, let's suppose that all my banks start to pump money into the market. Do we have enough SME to retrofit 200 million of dwellings? Because this is the need in Europe. So we have to work together, hands in hands, not only banks, not only mortgage industry, but SME, as you were very correctly saying, but allow me also to say the public sector. So we are developing three instruments, which is, of course, covered bonds, because we love covered bonds. One day they will give me a German passport, and I hope so. I hope only for merit on the... But I mean, the covered bonds can really help in financing public sector finance. Germany has been rebuilt and reunited by using public covered bonds. So we believe that public sector can help in cities in financing neighborhood retrofitting, infrastructure. For example, the European electricity grid will never support all the solar panel. So if we convince all of you to make a solar panel on your roof, it's not enough to fix the problem. Because, I mean, the infrastructure in Europe is not ready to cope with this. So we have to make huge investment. So the game is very complicated. And there are no simple solutions to complex problems. I mean, we have to be very frank with people. And we have to work hand in hand. Banks can give a strong help. We need a lot of institutions that can support us. But we need also government to make changes. For example, I think it's also a question of a level playing field. We cannot rely on public support. I would like to explain why. Because public support or subsidies are not giving level playing field. A citizen in Athens doesn't have the same chance to have a subsidies of someone living in Copenhagen. And that's a problem. Because Europe is based on level playing field. So we need someone coming from capital example, taking an asset in Athens, put this in a balance sheet in Germany, maybe Dirk can help us here, and finance this via Germany and finance this. This is level playing field. So we need to build the infrastructure, and the label is the pillar around which we can build a new ecosystem that can really move 40% of the European GDP is coming from mortgages. So we can really move a scaling up factor. Sorry for taking 2 minutes.
And I thought I should have given you the role of the moderator, because the next question is actually about the demand. You said, okay, let's have all that supply of millions of euros and dollars for energy efficiency. But what are the factors that you are seeing affect demand? What can you as financial institutions do differently to increase the demand, to change the demand trends that you observe? Maybe Grace can start with the residential sector, and then we can do a round again.
Yep. So in Australia, different to what Lucas said, we have a lot of solar panels. So 16% of homes have solar panels, and some states have 30% solar panels, to the extent where they were able to power 80% of a day's electricity using their own generated energy. So we have a different problem. And the reason why we have so many solar panels and such huge demand for renewable energy is because we have quite a lot of blackouts. So with climate change, we've got a lot of wild weather events, and that usually destroys the transmission lines. And households have been sick of just losing power and either heating up in their homes and being told to actually minimise anything that they can use because the electricity can't cope. So usually whenever we see a blackout event, people will go and buy solar panels and batteries. So usually we see a lot of demand in that way. And also with energy prices going up and the energy grid not being that reliable, people are just installing anything they can to basically self-generate and de-risk themselves. So we're seeing a lot of demand for that reason. And as a result, the governments have been rolling out a lot of incentives, grants and education programs to help people understand what type of technologies they should install and what is the fair price, because there's a lot of price gouging in Australia with poor quality imports coming into Australia to be installed. So we're seeing demand driven, unfortunately, because of climate change impact, but it's good that people are also now installing batteries because our grid is not coping with so much solar going into the grid. So we're seeing demand, and what is helping with increased demand is actually great consumer education from the government, so that people can have that level of trust. And we're now seeing the next best frontier, which is virtual power plants, where people are comfortable enough to give up the control of the devices to help balance the grid. So I'm hoping to see more demand from that front.
And Natalie, what about the demand of SMEs in emerging markets?
So for us, it's again very much linked to knowledge and misperceptions. So for instance, like something that struck me is when we talk to MSMEs or SMEs in our regions, and we talk about energy and sustainability, they are thinking straight away renewable energy. So they're going to install like a lot of capex. They see the capex, they see the cash flows, they see the results. It's tangible. Energy efficiency usually is completely forgotten or comes after. But what we are trying to explain is that first of all, you want to make your business more energy efficient, reduce your consumption needs, and then you can move on to renewable energy. So we do a lot of work with very targeted marketing campaigns in each of the regions. It can go from targeted campaign using specific agricultural process, or looking at manufacturing process and helping those industries to understand how they can reduce their need for energy, and then we help them with renewables. So a lot of that misperception is one of the big barriers when it comes to financing. And of course, once we worked with that and with the kind of knowledge sharing that we discussed before, those projects are a lot more bankable. And that demand is created, that understanding is there, and the banks are a lot more willing to actually support those projects and finance them. So I think that's one of the good examples of what we can see as demand hindering.
So it strikes me that we're talking about energy efficiency since the 60s and 70s. okay, now we're doing targeted educational campaigns. Don't we maybe need some kind of an innovation in the energy efficiency space? Something different? Have you come across concepts or practical approaches, something in theory or something in practice that you want to see more? Let's get creative, Luca.
Well, I mean, we are, with our initiative, which is called Energy Efficiency Initiative, working on two sides. I think that demand, let me try to be diplomatic, doesn't exist. Let's be clear. I mean, consumer demand is very low. Most of the banks are not doing, they try to make green product, but the demand is not there. For several reasons. Instability in the subsidies. You know, that was the case, for example, in Germany. I was very surprised. But I mean, KfW, they intervene. And once the consumer is disappointed, when you breach the trust, they never come back on that. So stability on the policy of energy efficiency is very important. And unfortunately, stability for the politician is not the best word. Especially when you have to have a mortgage of 30, 20 years, you need something which will be justified for 20 years. So demand is a very weak point. We are working, for example, we have hired a Danish company specialized in nudging. I don't know if you know nudging, what it is. Is when you enter in a supermarket, they put you all the healthy things when you enter. So you buy your salad, your carrots, but Nutella is very far away. But you will go back home with Nutella. I mean, so they are these kind of companies trying to nudge consumers and try to understand to what kind of instinct the consumer they react. So we are studying this with our banks to try to stimulate the demand. Then, as I said, we try to make the public support more stable. We need to invest in infrastructure. We need to make this possible. And I think that there is one big solution. Allow me to make a bold statement. We need a federal budget able to sponsor the Green Deal. Because as long as we will be speaking about the Green Deal without the money, is a difficult game. I mean, if you don't convince the people that there is a federal government and a federal budget ready to support what we are doing, investing in small, medium enterprises, is investing in infrastructure. Most of the countries have a regional database about APC. What does it mean? That the bank has to go to every single region and ask, do you have the APC of that thing? You can understand it's impossible to make a green asset ratio in this condition. So we need to remove all these bottlenecks altogether. And we need the political willingness to tackle this seriously with a federal support to remove this. This is what we are saying to Brussels, that's what we are saying directly to Ursula von der Leyen, but it's a bigger political problem for us.
Maybe I can I add?
Yeah, of course.
So absolutely right observation. Yeah, the demand is pretty low. As I said, in 2021 we set up the Sustainable Finance Framework. We have a taxonomy-related loan, transformational loan. I will not say the numbers because they are articulating against what we have done so far. And the key thought I would like to add is everybody knows that they have to invest. They know that the regulation, the CSRD, everything is absolutely clear that you have to move. But why they are not moving? And from our perspective is because if you invest as an investor, you want to have a return. And that's currently very difficult to achieve in Germany in the real estate class. Besides other risks involved, I think that's the key issue when you want to spend in housing, that you have caps on your rent, and investors are uncertain if the regulation, as you said rightly, Luca, will be changed over time. They try to refuse, wait, and see what the next legislation will does or not.
I want to give a chance to the audience who has been incredibly quiet and patient and came here gracefully on time after lunch for an opportunity to ask a few questions. While you think about what kind of questions you would like to ask, I'll give you the floor for some closing remarks. And to prompt you for that, I want to bring in a quote from Archimedes, who said, "Give me a place to stand and I will move the world," when he was explaining how a leverage can multiply force. So if you were Archimedes and if you had the power to multiply your force, what would you do in supporting energy efficiency finance after having discussed challenges, risks, demand? What is one thing that you would want to leverage in your work to change the situation?
Well, with the programs that we developed, we currently work across nearly 30 countries, and we engage with 170 financial institutions. And as you noticed, the work we do is very detailed and in-depth and local and specific to SMEs and on the ground. So it's more, basically more of that engagement, more of that mobilization, more of that knowledge sharing that we need to really go on the ground and make a difference. Because I mean, the taxonomies and all those discussions are extremely useful. We are as well investors in green bonds. That has been a fantastic leverage to bring standardization, to bring transparency to the market, to mobilize also international investors to those more local projects. But there is such a huge need, at least in the country we're working, to be local, to be dedicated to that knowledge. So more of that knowledge sharing and capacity building.
Well, I think we have to look at numbers. 200 million of dwellings have to be retrofitted in Europe. And in emerging countries, the dwelling needs per year is around 3 million for countries like Brazil, Indonesia. So probably in the next 20 years, we have to build most of our countries. So I will go with Natalie. I think SME are crucial. If we want to look at the European problems, we need workers, we need knowledge, we need to finance this, we need immigrants to work in the real estate sector. We need people to come, and I hope also on a political class that is open-minded and able to fix problems. Why we have to do this? I would like to repeat what I said a few weeks ago in Milan. There was a skeptical audience on energy efficiency. You know, now it's why we need electrical cars. I mean, things like this. I say, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, let's think why we are doing all this. Why the Green Deal? Well, if we want to look at the little garden of Europe, only here, every year in our continent, old continent, 400,000 of people die as a premature death. People that were not supposed to die, cancer, other things, because of pollution. And our houses are polluting 40%. So if you don't take initiative, and we were in Milan, I said, being Italian, I played a bit around with this. I was born in Rome, so there is a bit of rivalry. I said, well, people living in the region of Milan, actually, they live 14 months less than what they were supposed to live. So because of the pollution, you lose 1 year and 2 months in average. Now in Sicily it's better, it's 5 months, and in Rome it's 6 months. But anyhow, I mean, we have to change the mentality of people. It's not that, I mean, because the electric cars are using electricity, they clean our air, our city are polluted. We smell, we breathe this area. So every heating system changed and replaced is a more chance to have a better life. Not for you, because probably you don't care about you, but for your kids. For your kids are much shorter than you. They breathe, and if you look at the number of cancer that are arriving, it's very scary. So we need, it's a bit dramatic, sorry to say, but we need to tell people why we are doing this. It's not just because we are green freak and we are, no, it's economical reasons. We want to grow, we want to give opportunity, and we want to allow everyone to have a better life. And I think that's the best opportunity we have to change completely the paradigm and become a union for the first time, and also giving a better chance to people to live in a better way and give hope. And hope also to have a lot of immigrants that will have a better future in our continent. Thank you.
And now comes the boring banker, lobbying for a lower or less regulation. As you all know, for us, the scarcity is, or the limiting factor is capital, measured by risk-weighted assets. And if we want to lend out a transformational loan, and as I said previously, we are relying on the cash flow. That meant the cash flow over the renovation period is 0, and the property value also goes down. The lovely regulator asked us for 150% risk weight. And that's something which is a big topic for us, either on the new business or existing portfolio of the existing real estate with bad energy efficiency certificates to improve, because that's a high risk for us. And we want to do that, and it's absolutely clear that we have to do something on the transformational path. We cannot solve the issue just by financing new buildings, so you have to move the existing property, and therefore we need less regulation. That is something what we pushing for.
Thank you. So when I set up the $1 billion fund, I was subject to a lot of lobbying from peak bodies. The first thing they said was, don't give out loans, make this $1 billion grant. And I heavily debated that, because grants can only go so far, and also if the government changes, that grant could disappear. So I said no to grants. And then, I'm left with the loan program, and the lobbyist said, appoint my member to run your program for you, we'll distribute your loan for you. And I said no, because that will not drive innovation. And to help rapid transition, we need innovation. So by working with private banks, many of them, we can drive innovation, one, in competition, and two, actually in these home energy advice platforms, which thankfully, I'm seeing a lot of them springing up now in Australia, and they're using technologies, AIs, and different smarts to overcome this scale problem. So what I really hope is that AI, digitization, and scale can come together to help transition, so that we're not relying on physical workforces. Thanks.
Thank you as well. Did any member of the audience think of an interesting question for our panelists today? You can raise your hand. Okay, one in the back, one in the front. So we collect those two questions, and then we can wrap up almost on time. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the interesting discussion. My name is Sebastian Canero. I'm CEO of Solas Capital, and we run a project finance strategy to decarbonize buildings and industry. And I wanted to reply to your question if there are any innovative approaches to energy efficiency, because we have heard a lot about mortgage financings, but there's another sector, which is the energy efficiency as a service business model provided by energy service companies. And I was wondering, Grace and Natalie, do you see this model also in the regions where you are active? Because here in Europe, I can see more and more of those kind of projects, which is very promising and a very good business model also to help SMEs to do energy efficiency upgrades.
No, yes, we've been seeing those models. There is a risk component, which is tricky still in the regions we are working in, and we've seen that working quite well with public and municipalities, so publicly owned companies and municipalities, where there is like a lot more certainty on the cash flows, and therefore those entities or service providers can finance the project and then sell the EPC and refinance themselves. So yes, we've seen this model, but the uptake on the MSMEs is still relatively low. However, through the financing program we were discussing, we are pushing that model to outsource basically all the cost and the risk of those projects. But I think it's important to also see a bit of background. Like in a lot of our regions, project finance is still such as at infancy. Like when a loan is being given for project finance to a corporate, it's usually heavily collateralized, like more than 100%, and they don't look necessarily as a credit risk of the entity. Like the bank is not necessarily looking at the overall credit risk of the entity. They are just asking for a huge amount of collateral. So we also have a lot of work to do on the non-green aspect and more the financial components and the way the financial system is working. That's part also of the policy work we are doing, and the wider development work we are doing to push those economies to a more market-based type of mechanisms. But yes, to answer your question, those are things that we are heavily looking into.
Grace?
I'll just talk briefly. Yes, thanks for the prompt. So I am seeing quite a lot of energy as a service propping up in Australia for individual households. And it's fantastic because home loans are for people who own a home. So there's people who don't own a home, or they actually don't have the cash flow to borrow and they're left out. So energy as a service is fantastic because in Australia, it's like a subscription contract where you pay off in installments, and that helps a lot of people such as renters, retirees who own their home but can't borrow, access these home energy technologies that they otherwise wouldn't be. So it's fantastic.
Great. And I think there was another question. Oh, here. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Hi, I'm Adrian. I represent the space asset management industry. And I have a question for Dirk. Maybe first a comment. Even here we know Bamberg. It's a nice place. But the question to you is, I perfectly understand your risk framework. You laid out the criteria for giving out loans. But don't you lose business to competitors who have a less stringent risk framework?
And that's a very good question, and we have a big debate about it. It's also one of the reasons why we just implemented the pricing mechanism. As said, 2022 we have with the CREM decarbonization pathway, and we implemented in this year, second quarter, the pricing mechanism. And it's actually one of the big reasons that we have a strong discussion with our distribution part. That they have been, because they also get remunerated by how many loans you give out and the earnings. And there has a big discussion, and we said in the end that the pricing, the gaps, if you talk about energy efficiency label A and E, we try to, on the right side of the normal distribution, that you're not coming up with 50, 60 basis points spread, and then you would be out of the market. So this is something we do gradually over time, and I'm just waiting, probably the next week, we get the final first results, how the pricing worked, how was the feedback of our clients, and that's a very crucial point that you're pricing the bank out of the market.
Maybe the idea of the label comes exactly for this, to create a kind of common level playing field where everyone knows exactly what are the rules to be respected, and as soon as you are out of that kind of rules, I mean, you are not marketable. So the idea of creating common rules, it will help the market to be a bit more efficient and also avoid any kind of, I will say, free lunch for someone in that situation.
Okay, I think we have one last question at the back of the room, and I would just ask everyone to be brief, asking and responding, and then we can wrap up. No question anymore? That's fine. Okay. Well, first, thank you for being such a nice audience. I want to thank the organizers for putting this event and session together. Energy efficiency should be part of global roundtables, always. I want to thank our speakers who provided honest opinions about the situation with the energy efficiency market. Stay here for the next session on just transition, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to our panel. We will now be changing the stage for our next panel. So please feel free to move around and just wake up a bit. All right, for people joining us for the next session, there are empty seats in the front. And for people moving to their next session, if I would ask you to move quickly, we have 2 minutes to start. All right, so we are going to stay on time since I am overlooking the clock this now. So if you would like to please take your seats for the next session so we can start with our panelists. So thank you again for attending to the previous session. I think ending on a very good note on mobilizing finance for energy efficiency, it was mentioned very clearly, local context really matters. And now we are moving to the next session. Before we start, in the room D upstairs, next steps to implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework, if you are interested in that session. But now we are moving to our next panel, which is mobilizing sustainable finance in emerging markets. And without further ado, I will invite our moderator for the next session, which is Nernita Turkdar, APAC Regional Lead. And with you, you can invite your panel.
Thanks so much, Lali. And can I invite firstly Alejandra Diaz, Chief Sustainability Officer at Banco de Vivienda and Seguros Bolivar. I'll give a longer introduction in a while, but yeah. Johan De Witt, Vice President and Executive Board Member at Bank of Beijing. Ralph Opera, Group Head of the Commercial Banking Division at Axis Bank. And Simon Besson, Director and Global Head of Insurance at the Texel Group. So firstly, thank you so much to the panelists here today, and good afternoon to everyone here. And thank you for being a part of the UNEP Global Roundtable 2024. A very warm welcome to this important panel discussion on accelerating sustainable finance in emerging markets. As Lali introduced, I'm Nernita Talukdar, and I work as a regional lead for Asia Pacific at UNEP. And I'm delighted to moderate this session where we'll explore the opportunities and challenges of financing the transition in a really complex and dynamic part of the world. And so emerging markets are critical to global sustainability. They contribute significantly to the global GDP, yet face disproportionate impacts when you're talking about climate vulnerability, biodiversity loss, social inequality. While they are key to achieving global climate goals, they are also looking at rising populations, the need for energy security, and balancing economic development with sustainable transitions. At UNEP, we are working with more than 500 financial institutions today, and this is globally, and we are working with them through two main frameworks, such as the Principles for Responsible Banking, the Principles for Sustainable Insurance, and we're also convening the Net Zero Alliances. Now, these are global frameworks, and we work on developing guidances, tools, etc., while taking the regional context into mind. In today's morning session, Eric Usher, the head of UNEP, highlighted all the positive developments actually that is taking place in the emerging countries, including specifically highlighting things that are happening in Asia Pacific. However, one of the biggest challenges that I also keep hearing from our more than 100 members in the region is, in the Asia Pacific region, is talking about mobilization of finance within the region. The World Bank estimates that emerging economies, excluding China, will require $574 billion in additional annual climate-related investments by 2030 to meet their climate goals. Yet these countries currently attract just 14% of the global climate finance flows. Adaptation finance poses an even greater challenge, with only 16% of finance flows targeting resilient efforts, most of which rely on public funding. As we know, opportunities are there, but there are still challenges, as mentioned earlier, and also with regard to access to capital, regulations, etc. That's why I'm particularly interested to talk about today's discussion. It's an opportunity to hear from our distinguished speakers representing diverse geographies and bringing unique perspective on the solutions and actions needed to address these barriers. It's also a big honor to moderate this session. Everyone here representing PRB or PSI members and are also leaders in driving sustainable finance. So without further ado, let me introduce the panel to you. Again, I'm taking the name as well as the titles, but Alejandra Diaz, Chief Sustainability Officer at Banco de Vivienda and Seguros Bolivar. BDSB has been a UNEP member through the PRB, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, as well as the Principles for Sustainable Insurance. Alejandra serves on the UNEP Principles for Sustainable Insurance Board and the Global Steering Committee, bringing deep insights from Latin America. Johan de Witt, Vice President and Executive Board Director at Bank of Beijing. Bank of Beijing is a PRB member institution. Johan has extensive global experience and has been a valuable advisor to me on advancing sustainable finance in the APAC region. Ralph Opara, Group Head of the Commercial Banking Division at Axis Bank. Axis Bank is a founding member of the PRB. Ralph brings extensive expertise sitting on multiple financial boards within Nigeria and has been recognized as the CEO Employee of the Year for 2024. And Simon Besant, Director and Global Head of Insurance at the Texel Group. Texel Group is a PSI signatory, and Simon brings the expertise in insurance solution and de-risking mechanism. With that, let's dive in. So my first question to you is to you, Alejandra, and it is, can you share how you have been working with your organization on sustainable finance, to mobilize sustainable finance in your country? And it'd be really great if you can also provide like concrete examples.
Okay, Nerinita, thank you so much, and thank you UNEP 5 for having me, and to my colleagues in the panel. And well, just to begin, let me give you a little bit context about my country, because when talking about that context, it makes a little more sense to you when I will talking about examples. That's Banco de Vivienda is a Colombian bank with presence in other countries in Central America. We have almost 25 million clients. But talking about my country, we are a country that has with our emissions are less than 0.5%, but the 60% of our emissions come from agriculture, from the land use and forestry. So, and 7 million people are under high risk for climate change, and we have almost 3 million small farmers. So almost a million employees work on the coal and the oil and gas sector, and 20% of our fiscal income come from those sectors. So when talking about just transition, so we are talking about how we can move forward to reduce our emissions, but mainly how can we improve the resilience of those millions of people that are highly exposed to climate risk, and how we can provide enough employees and solutions for those employments that probably will be lost. And another issue that it's important to highlight is that we are the second biodiverse country in the world. So it is also important how we can use nature as well as a solution to overcome not just the reduction of emissions, but also how to use nature in order to become and to make more resilient our population. So we recognize the key role that we play directly in addressing financing to sustainable initiatives. And this is why years ago we decided to set a goal that the 30% of our loan portfolio will become, at least the 30% of them should become a sustainable portfolio by by 2030, and we also committed to become net zero by 2050. Currently, our loan portfolio is 14%, so we are in the middle of the race, and 63% of our loan portfolio is social financing, and the other 32% is a green financing. So recently, we reaffirmed our commitment, our sustainable portfolio with our policy. We published our policy, which is, the word is the name of our policy, and you can see it it's public, is the word is our home. Let's make it more prosperous, more inclusive and green. And this policy not just include our expectations and our appetite on sustainability business, but also a new taxonomy. Our taxonomy, bank taxonomy, is aligned with our green taxonomy, the one there is in our country, the one that was launched by our superintendents years ago. But it is also aligned with the ICMA principle, the bonds, the social green bonds principles from ICMA, and also from the CBI guidelines and the IFC guidelines. That's one of the examples on how we are facing and promoting financial sustainable finance. The second one is from the funding perspective, and just for you to know that we are pioneers issuing thematic bonds in Colombia. So in 2017, we launched the first, and we issued the first green bond for $100 million. And we issue in partnership with the IFC, and we allocate more of those resources to mobilize sustainable construction. So more than 100 of sustainable constructions are now funding thanks to that bond that we issue. We also issue a social bond in the middle of the pandemic. In 2020, we issue a bond with the IDB, the gender-focused bond. It's the first one bond in the world with an achievement-based incentive. So we need to raise our loan portfolio, the women-owned SME portfolio, up to 27% by 2026. So raising from 17 to 27. And finally, recently, during the COP16 in Cali, Colombia, we issue our third thematic bond, the biodiversity bond, which is the second issue in the world and the first in our local capital markets, in order to mobilize $50 million to funding biodiversity conservation, restoration, sustainable agriculture, sustainable water management, circular economy, and so on. So those are some of the examples that we can share about how we are committed in terms of mobilizing sustainable finance.
Thanks so much, Alejandra. That's great. Also, big congratulations on the biodiversity bond. Have been reading quite a bit on that. And maybe just one thing, that going back to the first line that you highlighted, I think this is very important in terms of how just transition kind of needs to become the central point of when we are talking about transitioning in the emerging economies. With that, Ralph, can I come to you with the same question, and
Okay, at Axis Bank, I mean, we believe the pivotal role that we have in terms of the need to mobilize sustainable finance to resolve the challenges both in Nigeria and in Africa. And as a leading financial institution, we take it as a philosophy, as a point of principle, to ensure that we do this in order to solve the challenges that we've identified. As you rightly said, we're one of the founding signatories to the PRB, and then that has provided an adequate framework to ensure how we look at our portfolio and to understand how to apply those principles in raising finance. Of note is that working with Climate Bond Initiative, Financial Sector Deepening Africa, and FMDQ, we were able to create a green bond market development program in Nigeria. And what that is supposed to do is to create to deepen the non-sovereign green bond market, where funding and investments can get into to support projects. And on the back of that, we were able to issue the first corporate green bond in Africa that is CBI certified. We raised $40 million, of which was fully subscribed, and the funding went into flood defense control, renewable energy, and mass transportation for Lagos State. So we know that in terms of raising funding, we can't do it alone, and then we have to try and dip in the market to attract investment and sustainable finance towards Nigeria. Also, based on that, we were also the first bank to customize, to deploy a customized sustainable toolkit in terms of looking at our portfolio, understanding the risks, and developing strategies to mitigate those risks. That is also something that through capacity building that we are also teaching our comparator institutions and banks on what to do in this regard. Now, looking at our portfolio, in order to improve sustainable development, you have to look at women-owned businesses. It's important to support women-owned businesses. However, there are barriers for them getting finance. So based on that, what we've done is that we have deployed over $1 billion to support about 4,500 women-owned businesses and SMEs in the country. We've also set a very ambitious plan for ourselves at the bank. One of the plans is to raise $1 billion through DFI and donor funding to support, and this is a 5-year plan, which we developed last year to support both women-owned businesses and MSMEs that lack access to sustainable finance for sustainable projects. In addition, we've also put a plan to reduce 30% of financed to reduce climate control risks within our portfolio, extend our loan portfolio by $3 billion towards sustainable projects, and ensure that we reach 1 million excluded households within Nigeria and Africa. So these extensive targets, it's something that we've done, and working with DFIs and partner institutions, so far this year, we've raised about $500 million towards that project. We've raised about we deployed about $200 or $300 million from our loan portfolio towards sustainable projects, and then we intend to do this. Remember, like I said, it's a 5-year project towards what we're doing. Again, we have what we call a W initiative, which is an entire community that is focused on women businesses and how to support them through capacity building, financial management, and of course, granting loans. Together with IFC, we've come up with a program called the Womenpreneur Pitchathon, where women businesses, basically like a dragon's den, where they pitch some of their business ideas, and based on whoever wins, they have an IFC certified mini MBA, and of course are giving grants to do that. So we've supported over 500 women businesses in such a strategy towards doing that. Again, looking at sustainable finance, you have to talk about technology. And in order to bring the unbanked or the back into the financial system, you need technology to do that. And we have, through our African FinTech Foundry, developed 2 products, what we call the Quick Box and a Swift Pay, where we can deploy through your mobile phone, deploy technology where you can open bank accounts and, of course, access digital consumer lending towards either energy efficiency projects or sustainable nature or agriculture, efficient use of agriculture for those low-income households. So these are some of the things that we do as a bank towards sustainability and mobilizing finance. Thank you.
Thanks, Ralph, and congratulations on all the work. I think 2 things that you've also really, it really strikes a chord, because access to finance, we talk a lot about the need for this in the regions, especially in emerging countries. And I think, again, this is a very, very important integral part. And sometimes when you're talking about sustainable finance, this doesn't really get reflected. The second thing is also on capacity building. I think there is a need for this across not just financial institutions, but with also businesses, with MSMEs, etc. And there is a need to focus on that. I would love to touch more questions to you on DFIs and how has that gone, but before that, Johan, over to you on that question.
Well, first of all, I want to stress that probably contrary to most of you in the room, I'm not an ESG specialist. I'm just a banker, and I'm running a large part of a big bank, and my main goal is to meet the quarterly targets quarterly after quarter. But having said that, I did found my purpose in ESG, because getting older, I really feel that our parents, they created this problem. My generation, we haven't done a lot about it, and I don't want to leave this whole burden upon my children. So I'm really focused, and I find my purpose is at least getting a start of resolving this issue, because we need to save the planet. So as such, as an executive director and a vice president of a large business, my target is how can I really implement sustainability, drive sustainability in a large bank with over 20,000 people, because that's not easy. Especially in China, banks are important. Banks are a very important instrument in the rollout of the China nationwide strategy. And we are very instrumental, probably more than anywhere else in the world, in financing the green transition in China, because there is not a lot of other sources of funding. So what has Bank of Beijing done to drive sustainability? Well, first of all, we are leading from the top. And in the board, I'm driving this awareness, because if it doesn't start at the top, in China, nothing happens below. So we are Bank of Beijing, we are one of the systematically important banks in China. So we also feel as a board that we have the responsibility to be a leading bank on ESG in China. Not because only because regulation tells us, we feel we are a large bank, we should do this. So what we did, we changed the name of our strategy committee at board level to Strategy in ESG. Not just to add 3 letters to it, but to really give a signal inside the bank and outside the bank that ESG is a core part of our future strategy. So our investor relations team also communicates that message on a quarterly basis to the outside world and to our investors, and talks to our investors what they think about this, if they support us, and what we can do better, because we have some investors that are even better at ESG than we are. At board level, we just approved last month a 3-year ESG action plan, 2025, 2027. And now we brought it to the organization. It has 20 main targets to be executed by the organization. High-level targets, but the directions are clear. And some of them are qualitative, but that's okay, because in China, people are very good in executing strategy and direction. So I have no worry that this will happen in the organization. And as one last thing, what I want to mention as leading from the top is that a year or so, 2 years ago, I had a discussion with Eric Usher, and he says, sometimes I have trouble opening doors in China. And I said, okay, let us as Bank of Beijing help you with that. So we hosted at the beginning of this year, was it this year? An event. We opened the doors at Bank of Beijing. We invited a lot of Chinese banks to come over, spend the day, where Eric and his team, Narita was there, was explaining to non-PRB members who are interested in becoming one to hear the news. And actually, I think, Narita, with all respect, that was a successful meeting, because you got a lot of new members in China because of that. So this is how we lead from the top. But we also, as Bank of Beijing, we cooperate with Chinese institutions on green finance and sustainability. We work with the Beijing Green Stock Exchange, We work with them on green financial products and service innovation. We have enhanced our cooperation in Beijing with the Central University of Finance and Economics. We established with them a finance research center. And by doing that, we're trying together to build actively trying to build an ESG ecosystem in China. And we also established with them all the details around dual carbon goals. And I mean by that, first, when and how will you reach the top? And then two, how you go to neutral on that. So by doing that together with the university, we're able to roll it out to other banks as well. And then three, of course, we follow the national guidelines on sustainable financial innovation, because China is very much centrally driven. And I see a lot of momentum in China on building a strategy around sustainability. In October 23 already, this is a year and a half ago, more than a year ago, there was the Central Financial Work Conference at political level, which set the targets for the whole financial industry on technology finance, green finance, inclusive finance, pension finance, digital finance, and that is then all pushed down into the companies, the financial sector, you name insurance. We also are working together with the Shanghai Stock Exchange, where our stock is listed. With them, we follow directions on them for issues like with the Chinese characteristics. Two things are very important in the Chinese economy: the vitalization of the rural areas, because everyone is moving from rural to city. And then two is very important. We really try to revitalize the small and medium-sized companies, because they typically have more trouble getting loans from banks than the bigger companies. And then last, what I want to mention here is that we follow the guidelines for sustainability reporting of listed banks. We all follow that all in a very proactive way. So we're doing a lot as a bank to support the sustainability in China.
Thanks, Johan. Maybe one thing also to highlight out here, as of today, we are working with more than 28 banks from China, which are PRB members, making it the largest number of banks from one country globally. And actually, as I mentioned earlier, Johan has really supported in terms of also providing a lot of advice, so definitely going beyond being just a banker. I think what you've highlighted, again, two things that is regarding policy and disclosures, and we're definitely seeing a lot more of that across emerging countries. Need for board level or need for buy-in from the top becomes critical when we're talking about sustainable finance. And both you and Ralph highlighted on technology finance. I would love to deep dive if we have more time on that. But moving away from the bankers right now, and Simon, then to you. Insurers, of course, have a very specific role in this agenda. And we're actually seeing that the insurance sector is becoming a very critical institution when we're talking about sustainable finance. So what is the role of your organization, and how are you working to unlock the sustainable finance market?
Thank you very much, Ninita. Yes, I'm the insurer or insurance broker on the panel of bankers. So what am I doing here? So the work that we do with our clients is about optimizing the credit risk that they're taking and transferring those risks into a better rated guarantor. So in the case of a transaction in the emerging markets, our clients, who are generally commercial or development finance banks, are taking a credit risk on a project or on a counterparty in the emerging markets, and they have certain risk tolerances, certain capital constraints, and they're using the insurance product, the non-payment insurance product, to credit substitute the risk of the borrower's default with the risk of a Lloyd's of London or a London or Bermudan market insurance company. So this is taking single B minus credit risk and optimizing it and transferring it into a AA minus credit risk. That allows a lower level of capital to be held against these transactions depending on the regulatory environment. It supports increased lending, increased credit limits, and from a DFI or multilateral development bank perspective, can create a mobilization effect, can help transition countries, obtain a movement from public sector borrowing to private sector borrowing. And in all of that, our role is to represent those banks, those financial institutions, and create products that suit their needs with the wider insurance market. We have approximately 60 insurers that we work with that can provide these tools. And it's one, doing the traditional role of an insurance broker, which is syndicating a risk, but really two, it's about developing a wider market for this and explaining why, and something we might come to later, why sustainable finance transactions often perform much better than transactions in just a commercial or you can't really say unsustainable, but focusing maybe on less sustainable underlying assets. By doing that and by proving that, we can increase the amount of insurance capacity available. We can optimize the pricing. We can drive more insurance protection that can be purchased to expand the lending pool. So one thing I wanted to show briefly, I don't know, Nenita, if you've got my slide by any chance, because I can't remember all the stats myself.
Ella had your slide. I'm not sure if that's...
If not, I'll make it up.
Sorry.
Oh, look, we have yeah, and then the second one, which hopefully has all the stats. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, and it looks pretty. So this was 2023, and I think one of the important pieces and reasons we've signed up to the PSI was the fact that the insurance product is by nature the insurance product we have is by nature very confidential. So you're not able often to talk about what you've done because it becomes a vicious circle whereby the insurers are concerned that the counterparty who's borrowed the money suddenly becomes aware that some of that loan portfolio might be insured, and therefore there's a moral hazard. So, the transparency that is required by the PSI, I think, is very important, and to talk more about what we do and how we do our business, but also about what our clients are doing. So for 2023, we looked at our portfolio that we have with our development finance institutions. These are MDBs, DFIs from around the world. Within that portfolio, we'd insured approximately 1.6 billion of credit protection during that year, which facilitated nearly 3.2 billion of financing. So just with Texel, who probably not many people in the room have heard of, the portfolio that we work with our clients has already in 1 year, through the insurance product, optimized a significant number of billion worth of financing aligned to the SDGs. So how can our market and our clients do more? I think that's the sort of the next question. What more can the insurance vehicles that are available now do to continue to scale up this lending? And we talk about a deal specifically. We work with the African Development Bank. They had a request from the sovereign in Egypt to help them support their financing needs in time of currency sort of liquidity concerns. The AFDB with the AIIB issued 2 partial credit guarantees, one per institution, which supported a renminbi or a panda bond that was issued by the Egyptian sovereign. And behind that, we sat behind the African Development Bank using credit insurance protection again from our market to allow them to scale up the size of the guarantee they could offer. So it's that ability to silently, often, mobilize more optimized credit ratings, optimized balance sheets, but in a fashion that can really support increased lending into emerging markets. And certainly the key is to do it aligned to the SDGs. So there were some stats. 2024 is nearly finished, so we can publish some more, and hopefully there will be a significant amount more in 2024, which can show that, I guess, this is a product that needs to and continues to serve for EM and increasing EM lending. And we can talk maybe about how it can also be used by non-bank financial institutions, such as the institutional investors, to transform what they have, which is an appetite for finding more sustainably aligned transactions, but none of them from a capital perspective can really operate in anything less than an investment grade environment. And our product can turn what is sub-investment grade into investment grade. So Hence, it can be quite useful for the institutional investor market as well. So, but we can come to that in Anita later. So we can take the very large purple slide off the board and move back to just our names.
Thank you so much, Simon. Yeah, beautiful slide. No, really, thank you so much for bringing in the different perspectives. And maybe, Simon, just also very quickly on, I think as you highlighted, the need for transparency, and that is something that with both BRB, PSI, we're really trying to focus more on, but also align it. And the second thing is also around bringing in the SDGs in the conversation. I know we're talking about it with different wordings, but it's really great to hear that. I think this was really interesting to just understand the different kind of sustainable finance products out there. How can you be ensuring that you're looking at sustainable finance while talking about the emerging markets? But that brings me to the second question in terms of challenges. So maybe what do you think are the barriers when you're talking about accelerating mobilization of sustainable finance in emerging markets? So Simon, maybe let's start with you now.
Well, me again. I do like to talk, so please cut me off. So the barriers. I mentioned institutional investors, and I think insurance companies, pension funds have many trillions available to them to invest. They have a regulatory barrier, often investing in anything less than investment-grade assets. And the opportunity for our product is that it can transfer that risk. It can turn what is an investment, for example, in an East African country project finance, which may well be limited in rating by the sovereign ceiling of that country, into a AA- rated insurance protection, and potentially in certain structures even a note that can be held at an institutional investor level where they can see what is in the UK a matching adjustment regulatory perspective, which can give them really attractive returns based on the credit rating of the insurance providers. So what we face there is you face a pool of money which has, probably pretty much no kind of known depth, and is many trillions in size. You have an EM, trade finance and infrastructure gap that is very sizable, and there's a regulatory barrier in the middle. And I think our role as an insurance market, not Texel as a company, but more the whole insurance market, is to try and create products that allow the tools there to achieve regulatory compliance, but then increase the scale of infrastructure investment into EM markets. And I think the other hurdle we face as a insurance market is the fact that, yes, in this case they've put many billions into EM exposures. How do they do next year? Many more billions, and the year after many more billions. When these loan portfolios are often 15, 20 years and they don't amortize very quickly, how can you continue to take on credit risk in a jurisdiction when you have already expanding portfolios that maybe are limited by credit, your own net risk, willingness to take more risk, and your reinsurer's willingness to take more risk? So in doing that, I think we need to better consider blended finance structures in the insurance world. They're well used in the fund world, they're well used in the banking world, creating first and second loss protection that can mean that insurers can maybe provide their credit protection in a senior tranche to really scale up the capacity there, working with government parties, for example, some of the government agencies that can provide guarantees, so that they can use those guarantees maybe to optimize balance sheets to increase scale in the insurance product. So there's solutions to these risks or these hurdles, but they come with engagement and removing this kind of lack of removing the confidentiality slightly of our product and becoming much more transparent. And I think in doing that, everybody recognizes that insurers are only providing part of the credit protection, but that part is allowing more mobilization of financing and has no impact on whether a borrower pays or doesn't pay, or whether a project provides cash flow or doesn't provide cash flow. And so it's kind of getting the real willingness to engage in that fashion. So yeah, I'm quietly, positively hopeful for the coming years, if that's something we're allowed to say.
Thanks, Simon. Maybe Johan, coming to you, can you highlight maybe one or two examples or barriers that you think is taking place, especially in the context of China?
Yeah, you said barriers, and I was thinking about that because I think China is moving pretty fast on this, and actually it's always easy to point out what others should be doing differently, but I think I see still more internal barriers we have to resolve within the bank than external barriers that stop us from doing sustainability finance. So let me first tell you the things that I think that we as Bank of Beijing can do better, and this probably applies to every bank in China and probably anywhere else. First of all, we need to continue to grow the green finance book. It's now 30 billion euros, which probably maybe sounds a lot to you, but it's still a small part of our total balance sheet. We grew it year on year 40%, so that's good. But there's an enormous room for growth. And how to do that? And I have discussions in the board constantly. It's all about target setting. If we include sustainable targets in the target setting, it will be done. If they're not in the target setting, it will be not done. So luckily we've made progress there, and we've moved from short-term targets only to also longer-term targets. We have a better mix now, but that's key. Get it in the target setting. And then two is we need more specialized products in sustainable finance. Actually, in September, 2 months ago, we just launched, and that was a big thing, 4 new green financial loan products. The first one was on waste. They call it No Waste. That was all about solid waste and resource recycling. The second one was about water saving, a big thing, especially in the north of China, which is semi-desert. That was about not only financing the technology for water saving, but also the equipment for water saving. Then we have a so-called green-brown loan, which means that you can get a loan if you are both using it for, say, brown investments, but also for green investments. But then we separate which part of that loan is used for green things, and we get a discounted loan. You get a discounted loan there. And then we have the e-loans, which was a special product. That was for green SMEs, so small and medium-sized enterprises that we label as green. Next to that, we have an inclusive finance product. You call it UNEP Finance, online. And that online product is for micro businesses that need easier access to loans, because not everyone can go to a branch, especially not outside the cities. And that, for example, we now have 27,000 customers there, which is not a lot. It's just the beginning. Year-on-year growth 20%. So we launch those specific products and grow, and with that we build momentum in the market. Recently, I've started a discussion in the bank, and we're implementing what I call helping customers going green, because I've noticed that many customers we can offer loans, green loans to customers, and they get like a discount. But a lot of customers, especially the smaller ones, they really don't know how to move from brown to green. And I said, we should not only offer a cheaper loan, but we will help them in the transitioning process, right? And but that's easier said than done. The team likes that, the bank likes that, but that means we need to start not only developing sector specialists in the branches that know the industry that the customer is working in, but also have, say, sustainability experts that can tell you about best practices on sustainability and the transitioning in the sector. So This is just very new, but we're going to develop the knowledge and train the people on this process, helping customers transition from brown to green. I really think, and I've seen that in other examples, in banks and somewhere else in the world, I think if you really want to be a leader as a bank, a leader in sustainability and green finance, this is what you have to offer customers. Probably some don't need it. They know exactly what to do. Many will like your support. And probably there will be some customers that will come to you as a new customer because you offer a service that other banks don't. Another area is that we are boosting technology finance. China is in a major transitioning of moving from low-end manufacturing, polluting mostly, to a higher-end, high-technology industry that is less polluting. So it's two birds in one hit, because China's getting too expensive to produce low-end manufacturing good, and they know they are a big polluter, so they want to, by doing this, they go green and they push for a higher level of economy with more technology. The banks have a very important role, is that we're very instrumental in this process. We get hardcore targets in this process. And our own Bank of Beijing technology loan book is already 50 billion euros. And year on year we grew 33%. So that's really a big thing for us. But I want to add one more thing, Narita. Because there is something that I think that we also could do better outside the bank. And I'm looking at you, Narita, because what we see as a bank, and probably every bank experiences that we see a tsunami of regulation coming to us. International, national, this regulator, that regulator, and they all come with regulation which is different or the same or more or less the same. And with it come, say, requirements for reporting. And I one time sat down with my team and I said, show me all the reports we have to produce on an annual basis. And you start comparing them, and for 90%, they're all the same. It all comes back to the same thing, the same information, same data, but it's all in a different format. So, and I discussed that with Narita and Eric and a lot of people in UNEP. I said, it's difficult for us as banks to handle this, up to the point that I think that maybe banks are a bit scary to become a partner of a member of UNEP, because that means another reporting line and then in a different format. So I, in my humble opinion, I was suggesting that maybe there is a task, a role for the BRB team in China to start, coordinating with the regulators in China, and there's many, on creating more alignment, not only on the policies of sustainability, but also on the reporting, which will make the lives of us simple bankers hopefully easier in the future.
Thanks, Johan. And I'll ask Ralph to go next. But before that, just one quick response to this is that with at least the UNEP, we have really listened to our members in terms of aligning the disclosures and have worked on looking at the progress statement of this. But thanks, Johan. Ralph, over to you.
Thank you. I'll just limit my answer to 3 barriers, identified barriers, especially in emerging markets. I think the first one is strengthening policy and regulatory frameworks, right? So within emerging markets, there's policy inconsistency, and this basically limits the scalability of sustainable finance, right? And limits investor confidence towards driving sustainable capital for solutions. So basically, it's to work with various governments, both at the federal and subnational levels, to ensure that it's consistent policies, established green taxonomies that would basically encourage investors and pool sustainable funding towards our market. It's very important. 2023 World Bank reports highlight that only 10% of emerging markets have established green taxonomies, and like I said, it limits global investors from putting in money towards emerging markets and that. So that is a critical action that we need to look at. The next one, I would say, is enhancing capacity and knowledge sharing. So I think in that one, we need to call on, again, I know you wanted to speak to me about DFIs, and this is where DFIs have been very helpful, especially for us at Access Bank working. It's about enlightening us as to the global standards, the necessary frameworks where we can align our portfolio towards achieving UN SDGs and, of course, the Paris Agreement. We need a lot more institutions to adopt those principles and frameworks. And I think that there is need for capacity building being offered by DFIs in emerging markets. It's very critical. Again, that would enable me, a traditional banker like Johan, to be talking about ESG because it's embedded in our framework, in our performance metrics. So as you're looking for transactions and as you're looking for risk assets to create, part of your performance metrics is looking for sustainable projects and deploying sustainable funding towards creating sustainable solutions and renewable energies and waste to management type transactions. So that's very, very important. And finally, I will talk about improving data availability and transparency. So again, in emerging markets, a global reporting initiative report reveals that only 25% of emerging market entities provide comprehensive ESG reporting. So again, that limits global investments in emerging markets. So again, you need to talk about improving standards, creating transparency, and ensuring that the necessary carbon credits are captured within the reporting framework. I think those are the three critical barriers I'd like to talk about. Thank you.
Thanks, Ralph. Alejandra.
Well, I have a long list of things that are missing. I'm going to go through that list, and probably my colleagues already mentioned some of them. But at the end of the list, I just wanted to share an example of how we are addressing those challenges within specific ecosystems that we are leading. So, well, what we need is more collaboration, more public-private collaboration, and the blended finance, as you mentioned before. So we need to attract funding from different sources with different return and terms expectations. We need to de-risking tools in order to finance those long-term revenue projects, like, for example, the adaptation projects. So we need some concessional capital, we need more grants, we need guarantees from the government, and as Simon mentioned, we need some special line of businesses from development banks. We need incentives for our clients because we need lots of information from them and data to know the impact that we are achieving. They need to be and to receive a reward for what they are doing in order to providing us with a lot of data. We need commercial capabilities, we need technical capabilities, we need also more open data, we need open data regulation that let us receive or collect the data from different sources in order to better analyze the projects. So that's the list could be long, but just let me give you a couple of or one example on how are we addressing this kind of problem. So considering the important role of agricultural sector in my country, as I mentioned before, is the highest sector in terms of emissions, but it's also the most exposed to climate change. So, and considering the importance of the sector to accomplishing the NDCs, not just the mitigation, but also the adaptation, and taking into account that we are leading bank, not just in lending, but also in insurance farmers. So we set sustainable agri-ecosystems. We are working with corporate clients from the agricultural sector, from the food and beverage sector, not just to know their emissions accounting, but also to understand their decarbonization plans and how they are working with their value chains, with their suppliers, in order to work with them as an anchor companies to try to promote and mobilize good practices and sustainable practices in the value chain. So we are also providing some kind of special conditions, like rates, like special terms, to those small and medium farmers and farmers from all sizes that get certification, sustainable certified. So we provide the special conditions for certified producers of different sizes. We promote financing solutions for small farmers, taking into account and taking advantage of the commercial agreements that they have with anchor corporations. We also are using the development credit line of the development credit lines from the development banks, and we are also using the guarantees that the government provide. But the other topic that is important for us is that in order to de-risk the funding that we are, or the financing that we are providing to the small and medium farmers, we are providing parametric insurance against drought and against excess of rainfall to those low-income and middle-income farmers. And we are using the subsidy that the government is providing to those parametric insurance for the agricultural sector. So actually, last year we faced probably the severe drought that we have faced recently in our recent years, and we paid more than $1 million to almost 10,000 small farmers. So, and nowadays, our agricultural sector represent, and the sustainable agricultural sector represent the 20% of our total green portfolio. And also we are providing lending to 30,000 small farmers that have been financed in order to become more, to become greener. So that's a kind of ecosystem that combine not just the inclusion to make their transition inclusive, but also to make them greener. That's what we can share.
Thank you all, four of you. I think there were a lot of points that were also similar among all of the four the points that the four panelists highlighted. Maybe just, I will not try and summarize all of it, but maybe just a quick points that I've noted is obviously the need for mobilization of finance in the emerging countries comes out as extremely important. Need for having an enabling environment. So I think everyone kind of talked about the need for looking at policies. Absolutely hear you on the need for transparency, but also in many countries we are seeing that suddenly there is a lot of disclosures that are being asked, and as Johan, you also highlighted on this. And so with that comes the need for alignment. Very, very critical is also talking about customers and client engagement and how can financial institutions facilitate that. Looking at MSMEs, looking at farmers, smallholder farmers in the different countries, and maybe also very quickly also highlighting on the need for capacity building, knowledge transfer. This cannot be emphasized more, and looking at incentives. I think super critical points. Maybe if I can also add one point from my side, is that, for example, in Asia Pacific, we have more than 5,000 new coal-fired plants, power plants. And again, I think, Johan, you alluded to it when you talked about the green and brown sectors, but it's very critical that when we are talking about challenges or looking at financing in the region, the unique context of each of these countries needs to be understood. And so that, like, so for example, again, for Asia Pacific, the transition finance kind of becomes key when we are talking about mobilization of finance in the region, because the way the Asia Pacific is working is because there is a lot of emphasis on coal-fired power plants, there's a lot of emphasis on rising population. So those type of things really needs to be taken into consideration. I do have some more questions, but right now I won't get into that right now, but maybe just looking at the audience, if we want to, Sarah, look, very quickly, just checking, maybe you can take up 1 or 2 questions. Sarojit, go ahead.
Thank you. My question really follows from the point, Johan, you said about the quarter-to-quarter pressure. And I'm going back to my own days working in investor relations before I moved into sustainable finance. The investment horizon on an average of fund managers and capital market analysts in looking at emerging market stocks ranges from 1 quarter to 3 to 4 quarters maximum, that's it. And a lot of those fund managers are actually the Asian arms of the European fund managers. So it's a different language when they're sitting in Europe, it's a different language when they're sitting in Asia. Now, why I say this is because a lot of strategic changes at the bank, and banking stocks actually comprise a lion's share of the stock market capitalization in a lot of emerging markets. A lot of them require board level approval. And the boards are very paranoid if an equity brokerage report comes out, because the capital market analysts don't really understand sustainability and climate yet in most of these markets. So they tend to create downside risk on the valuation of those banking stocks, and that freaks out the boards of those banks, because nobody wants a bad brokerage report to go out into the market. And hence, what happens is a lot of banks who are interested in doing stuff in sustainability often resist in order to save their stock price. This is actually a pretty big reality. How did your banks actually navigate this sort of a situation? And because I'm sure this would have happened, this situation would have been there in your countries as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think what you say is right, but I think there's still this misunderstanding that a bank needs to choose between sustainable strategy or earn the money. And I think they can go together. I really think they go together. Let's be very frank. A large part of the discounts I give to my clients, interest rate-wise, they come from the funding from the central bank, which gives me lower rates if I use it for a green loan. So that's not like it's coming from my own pocket. And so it's almost like, how smart are you in using the tools that the central bank gives you, and the lower funding in your policy. Our experience with talking to investors is that as long as they have the feeling that it's not hurting your quarterly performance and your margins, they like what you do, because they see you are you go with the flow, right? Because there's also something as a bank, especially in China, you want to go with the flow of where the government policies are going. Well, it's all green, it's all sustainability. So that doesn't have to be contradictory, in my opinion.
Okay, I realize we are really out of time, but maybe just to wrap up, 20 seconds or 10 seconds each, but one call to action. Simon, starting with you.
Just the continued transparency, I think, of the private sector insurance market in what they're doing to support sustainable finance in EM.
Right. Johan?
When you work for a bank, put it in your target setting.
Alejandra?
Innovative instruments, more blended finance and collaboration.
Emerging markets must prioritize ESG principles. I look around this room and I can't see a lot of African companies, and yet African economies, markets are heavily impacted by the adverse effects of climate change. So more participation from African companies and more ESG adoption. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much for this great wrap-up, and thank you so much to all of you and to all the audience out here.
And so.
Well, thank you very much. That was 20 seconds indeed, but I did not agree to that. But with that, we're going to change the panel now. Thank you again to our panelists.
Thank you. Great.
And if we can move the chairs very quickly to catch up on the time, there are empty seats up front. Give you more time then. I can. All right, as we make it quickly to our seats, just to try to get back on time. Now, in the room upstairs, if you are looking for that, driving interoperability between sustainable finance taxonomies. And as we are on track C, we talked about mobilizing finance for energy efficiency, mobilizing finance in emerging markets, but that is eventually contextual and at the core of it, a social issue. So we started the day with human rights, and now we're going to move in the agenda with a just transition. We can only transition if we leave no one behind. So to get back on track, quickly everyone, if you are staying in the session, please grab a seat. If you are not, please make your way out of the room. On their seats. Yes, to save time. How are you? Hey, how are you? Yes. All right, can I ask everyone please to turn to their seats so we can start the session? This one is a close topic to my heart and probably to everyone. And I'm going to hand it over to the experts. I'm going to hand it over to our moderator, our social lead with UNEP, Joanna Pedro. With that, no, I'm just handing it over to you. And with that, thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Still have speakers trying to get to the stage, but we'll get there. I'll start just by quickly presenting the speakers we have here and then go forward. So all the way in the opposite to me, we have Nick Robbins, the professor in practice for the sustainable finance at Grantham Research Institute with the London Schools of Economics. We then also have directly after Nick, Masaki Nagamura, fellow international initiatives at Tokyo Marine, also a PSI member. We have just after Carlos José Santos Larde, the sustainable manager of Banco Bolivariano. And we have Dorothy Bauma-Pauli, the director of Geneva Center for Business and Human Rights. We were also to have, and you will see the name, I think, when there is the slide there, but we were also to have in the panel Jenny, who is the CEO and senior legal advisor of the Swedish Sami Association. So we were very happy to have actually an indigenous people voice in the room. Unfortunately, she's sick, but I will just afterward tell a very small story coming actually from her. But just before that, Happy International Human Rights Day to everyone. Today, the theme for this year's anniversary is Our Rights, Our Future right now. And we had the privilege for the ones that were here to actually hear from Mary Robinson this morning, giving us all the happy day, and also speaking to the healthy environment, to the human rights of a healthy environment that was approved 2 years ago at the UN Council, and that really brings forward this idea that having a healthy environment, having a climate that allows us to live is a human rights. So it was very, very good to have it here, and I'm very happy to continue now this conversation with this panel.
So I will just start by a small story, because as I mentioned, Jenny, that was supposed to be here, will not be to tell herself. But I just wanted to, the first time that I spoke with Jenny works, besides being representative of the Sami people, she also works as a lawyer in a lot of disputes, land disputes, particularly with wind farm projects. And one of the first things when I spoke with her, she told me a story about how for her, it was so obvious that there's no distance or no difference between people and nature. And within the Sami culture, or for which Jenny is part, she used the analogy of the teepee, where there is 3 legs. One of the legs being the people, the other one the nature, and the other one the spirituality. Spirituality speaking about on the way in which people and nature actually relate. And if one of these legs in the teepee is not working, then the teepee is not stable. So this idea that indeed we need people and the planet, and we need to know how to bring people and the planet together if we want to continue working. And I think we've been seeing that at the moment with climate change. We see climate change happening, but we also see that it's affecting mainly people that are already vulnerable. So it's exacerbating vulnerabilities that already exist. But also when we try to put actions in regarding climate, which are needed, which we need to do now, those actions also tend to, again, impact more the people that are already vulnerable. So it's the just transition, which we fortunately hear more and more, but besides other things, it is a way to put human rights also in the center of when we work in climate action. And we'll try to speak a bit more to that in this panel. So I'll be starting the panel. We'll start a bit on the contextualization of just transition, and for that I'll have a question for Dorothy and then for Nick. And Dorothy, if you could just speak to us a bit more on on this contextualization of human rights as part of just transition, but also on how you see that legislation and legislation towards human rights and environmental justice can incentivize companies to ensure a just transition across their global supply chains.
Thank you, Joanna. Big question, but happy to give this a try to set the scene. I think you've done a great job, so thanks for having me. The concept of just transition, and I want to transition from the previous session we just had, there's still conceptual and clarity, but we can hold on to the fact that justice is in a concept that was originally only environmental and green. And so it's important to use the concept of just transition to remind people that indeed climate strategies will fail if people are not on board. So we cannot treat human rights and environment in different separate silos. They really belong together, and to me, the term just transition brings it together. But now we have to fill it with meaning. And of course, some of my colleagues say we live in a new era because we now have hard law that demands that companies conduct human rights due diligence and environmental due diligence across their own operations and in their supply chains. So this is, well, there's a legal stick now for companies that do not systematically check for social and environmental impacts of their operations. And that's a big deal, but I'm teaching human rights at a business school, and I talk to companies frequently, and I also see that this legislation has a number of unintended consequences already, including companies avoiding very difficult business contexts where they don't want to put the effort into remediating systemic human rights risks. I also see companies using many words and let's call it the human rights jargon or human rights bureaucracy to tick the boxes of what's required in the legislation without truly engaging in the concept of a just transition, for example. I've done research on cobalt mining in the Congo because cobalt is a key ingredient for the batteries that power electric vehicles. The premise is we need more electric vehicles to meet ambitious climate change targets, but on on my trips to the Congo, I've also seen thousands of Congolese in horrific conditions in artisanal small-scale mines. So here's the tension. Clearly, we need to accelerate getting out of combustion engine vehicles, transition to electric vehicles, but how can we, in parallel, also advance human rights in a supply chain that has very deep roots to an informal sector that is absolutely critical for the production and for the global demand of cobalt. And this artisanally mined cobalt finds its way into the official supply chain. So any electric vehicle manufacturer could have artisanally mined cobalt in its product. And I've seen the child labor, I've witnessed mine accidents. So clearly, I hope the financial sector would think through how can we set incentives for our investee companies to look into those deep layers of global supply chains that power the energy transition, for example, because those tensions between environment and human rights do exist. And it's not a trade-off. We need to figure out strategy that advances both. For the Congo in particular, I think they have a unique development opportunity thanks to its richness in natural resources. And if we're serious about the SDGs and its motto to leave no one behind, clearly there is a responsibility for companies to support a just transition with people at its core also in the Congo. The last word, the legislation that is now in place sets somewhat perverse incentives to define away some parts of the supply chain. In my example of cobalt, companies put in their contracts that they're not sourcing from artisanal small-scale mines, which is impossible because the supply chain is intertwined and everything comes together at refineries in China. So the legislation sets incentives for companies to close their eyes over undeniable truths, I would say, and I would hope the finance sector to understand that, well, those risks are real and you want them to actually look and open their eyes and get them to engage.
Thanks, Dorothy. Nick, Dorothy just mentioned kind of that she hopes that the financial sector is opening the eyes, also looking at the financial sector role in the just transition. So if you can tell us a bit more about that role, how you see that the financial sector role, but also like we just came from a COP very recently, so in that outcomes of it for the financial sector.
Thanks, Joanna. Great to be here. And yeah, we just had a COP, many COPs, and I think we're at a really critical stage for the agenda around the just transition. It's how we deliver our climate goals, nature goals, plastics goals, all the environmental goals in ways which actually advance human progress, social justice, but also don't exacerbate and make the problems worse as we're doing it, as we've maybe heard just from Dorothy. So the just transition, I think we need to see as this cross-cutting strategic issue across all the various environmental issues we're at. And I think the good news is that we have huge recognition that actually from a principled point of view in terms of respecting and advancing human rights, a just transition important. From a sort of necessity point of view, we're not going to have the transitions unless they're felt to be just. And then I think the question I think we're still looking to solve is actually from a business and financial point of view, where are the returns and the benefits that flow from taking a progressive approach to the just transition, both in terms of minimizing risks and also driving forward with the opportunities. So I think we're seeing across different sectors, I think the investment sector went first in terms of recognizing just transition. We're seeing increasing engagement around that in terms of shareholder engagement with some of the bigger companies. Some results, but I would say that we're still seeing formal just transition policies from the energy sector still being 5 to 10%, I would say, in terms of that. So that's low. Banks are coming up fast, I think, particularly thinking about how to incorporate just transition factors, human rights, social factors into the transition plans of their clients. Again, that is the bigger companies, and we're going to hear more about the insurance sector. The question I think is important is that we need to think about this, about all sort of client types, including individuals, including SMEs in particular, particularly from an access to finance point of view. It's about all sectors and all asset classes. So it's a very comprehensive approach. In terms of COP, just to say, the COP was was very, very unsatisfactory in so many ways, particularly in terms of finance. Just transition was, I think, very, very visible at the COP, but there was no agreement on it. And I think that shows maybe the issue we face is that there is this need to connect environmental action, climate action with social justice and inclusion is recognized, but actually to have sort of common frameworks is not. So that was really the result of COP. One of the good things I think that came out was the MDBs and the DFIs. They're now developing a common framework, which again speaks to this issue of needing common frameworks. And they've sort of developed common outcomes, which they will measure in terms of just transition, in terms of the stakeholder dialogue point, importance about skills and jobs, and then very much about sort of local place-based development. So I think that's an area, again, if we're going to make progress in the finance sector, is really think about the impacts and outcomes, and I think we'll touch on metrics later. But actually, that is probably the stage now, and also focus on prioritization. And one final point, again, I think another useful way of thinking about this at the moment is transition plans, which are now required by law, but also in case of sort of down the value chain. So that's another area. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. I think as we do see that the framework, the international framework, is somehow still being put together, but I think there's already quite a few internal and individual actions and that are being developed. One of the things that so last year together with ILO, UNEP FI has developed a guidance on just transition. One of the things that we put as quite important for financial institutions, for banks and insurance, is to look at their governance and internal processes. And so in that part of government and internal processes, and because we are so glad to have here. So I will start maybe by Carlos, just if you can tell us a bit about the internal governance processes that Banco Bolivariano is undertaking to ensure a just transition.
Thank you, Joanna. Banco Bolivariano, yeah. Well, thank you so much for the question, and also a big thank you to UNEP for inviting me to this distinguished panel, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to represent Latin America in this magnificent event. So first of all, I want to tell you the context of Ecuador right now. Comparing some countries and regions, climate change might feel a little bit distant, but let me tell you that in Ecuador, since August, there have been days when we experience up to 14 hours without electricity. That's how real and disruptive it is for us. And to provide additional context, Ecuador is currently facing significant challenge in its energy sector, and this is because the country relies heavily on the hydroelectric power, which is increasingly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, such as prolonged droughts and also unpredictable weather patterns. These disruptions, I believe, this not only affect in the energy availability, but also in the economic and social stability. Considering that the 80% of the economy relies on a small and medium enterprise, can you imagine the impact of 14 hours without electricity? And I want to make a pause here. I know that for the banks are really important, the companies, but behind them are a lot of humans, right? I want to mention that in my region, there is a specific group that is struggling most for the climate change, and they are the single mothers that lives in the most poorest villages of my country, or even in the region of Latin America, from Venezuela to Argentina. And they try to obtain the same crops as year before, but the problem is that because we are living in one of the droughtiest years of our lives, they can obtain the same quantity. And also, they need to abandon their kids and go to the city and try to find another opportunity to provide food to their house. But the city is without electricity. So that are the problems that we are facing in our region. Because of that, I believe that as a financial institution, all of here, we need to see ourselves as an agent of change. It's clear that we must take concrete action to support a just transition plan. And so now, why is so important the governance, right? Our sustainability journey as Banco Bolivariano, the fifth largest bank in Ecuador, started in 2019. And start when, with other banks, we became signatories of the UNEP Principle for Responsible Banking. So this was really important for the country because we start aligning the strategy with the international framework. And over the 2 past years, we have significantly advanced our governance processes. Like, for example, a sustainability committee that is also supported by a sustainability policy. Also, we implement a robust sustainability scorecard with indicators that measure our key metrics and impact to ensure we make informed decisions for the community and for our clients. And the last, we create multiple work cells to make the whole company work toward the sustainability strategy. I believe that a crucial role in our governance for Banco Bolivariano is our sustainability committee. Because when they take a really good decision, we are making tailored solution for our clients to provide them solution for the transitional plans, right? Also, what I want to thank is that because the multilaterals and other banks and other institutions such as UNEP, they motivate us to adopt certain frameworks such as the TCFD and TNFD. And these frameworks have been invaluable in helping us to identify, measure, and also manage risks and opportunities related to climate and biodiversity loss. And there is a chapter, indeed, which is about governance. And I believe that thanks by that framework, we have been taking better decisions. Just to conclude, I believe that the governance process serves as the backbone of our efforts to incorporate just transition consideration into our strategy and operations.
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you so much for reminding us that indeed just transition doesn't look the same everywhere, and it will depend on the context, it will depend on where we are, and also who are the groups that are being the most affected. So thank you so much for bringing that context also for Ecuador. So I'll now pass to Masaki, and if you could just, I know that Tokyo Marine does have some work also in assessing and mitigating human rights in the context of just transition, so if you could speak a bit to that.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna, and thank you to UNEP-FI for inviting me to this session. And I particularly feel honored for being part of this discussion along with the leading minds of this topic. As you may all agree, the insurance business is a people's business. Everything about insurance comes from the trust created by people. So there's no question that we must earn the trust of customers, employees, and local residents, and respect the human rights of all people. As an insurance company, we are connected with policyholders, stakeholders, and other rights holders from a broad range of communities and industries. It is therefore critical that every individual who delivers the group's products or services remain aware of the importance of respecting human rights and put this into action. From there, Tokyo Marine Group put together its basic policy on human rights and the responsible procurement guidelines based on relevant principles, including the UN's guiding principles on business and human rights. Well, those have not been referred by Dorothy, so I'm not sure how they will be evaluated, but it's in place. Tokyo Marine recognizes its mission as providing customers and local communities with safety and security and protecting them against risks. Based on that recognition, we sense the need to understand how our business activities are directly or indirectly connected to human rights, as well as their potential impact on human rights. To facilitate the awareness raising internally, we provide education to the group company employees so as to encourage them to become more sensitive of human rights. Taking a step further, in fiscal 2022, we put in place a human rights risk map to assess our impact on human rights, starting with its Japanese operation. As a result of the impact assessment, which was conducted as part of the process, a number of areas in the value chain were identified as priority human rights risks, which needed to be addressed. They're not confined to just transition, but are applicable to our business conduct more broadly. And there are 3 items I can showcase today. The first item was the human rights of non-Japanese technical trainees who are hired by automobile dealerships in Japan. In Japan, automobile dealers function as insurance agents and play an important role as distributors of automobile insurance and other types of insurance policies. The issue of non-Japanese technical trainees has been seen as a potential source of human rights abuses, since under the existing system, the trainees have no freedom of job selection. While the national system is now on its path to be rectified, and no case of human rights abuses has been reported so far, the finding urged us to take affirmative action to caution our dealer agents to adopt appropriate preventative measures. The second item involved our key suppliers, namely IT vendors and printing companies, because we print things a lot. Against the environmental policy, that's a problem. Now, our team members held bilateral meetings with suppliers whose businesses are largely dependent on our purchase order, because we order a lot of paper materials to such vendors. And through the dialogue, we became aware of what needs to be done to avoid placing an excessive workload on the contractors to limit the overwork situation. The third item has to do with our insurance agents. We have identified the need of assisting the agents to set up guidelines to counter the harassment from customers to protect human rights of the associates of the agents. So I think this will help them, the managers of insurance agents, to recognize the importance of human rights. That it is something to protect their employees' positions or well-being. So based on the initial findings from the mapping process, we will continue on our efforts to deepen our understanding on and treatment of human rights issues in the hope to embed the findings into our underwriting and investment practices in the future.
Thank you, Masaki. Thank you so much for that very also the points and a practical way that you approach the situation. I'll maybe continue with you and moving from overall, so looking at the work you do overall, but going specifically for some of your products. So what are, and I know that you have a slide for that, looking specifically now at products and how products can, how this connection on just transition can be there also on products. If you can tell us a bit more of the human rights due diligence that you did for the carbon credit projects you are financing.
Okay, so thank you so much for the question. Yes, this is really a very interesting topic that I'm happy to discuss. I would like to share with all of you the ongoing efforts undertaken by Tokyo Marine with the help of a legal expert and a corporate partner from the utility sector. It involves carbon credits, which are considered by many as an indispensable mechanism to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Especially so considering finance needed to expedite decarbonization of the developing world. On the first day of COP29, a positive news reached us from Baku that the so-called Article 6.4, which defines the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, was agreed after a decade-long discussion. It is a mechanism that is expected to generate financial flows from corporates and other actors to assist developing economies in reducing their emissions under the UN supervision. What was also notable in the agreement was that the mechanism incorporated mandatory environmental and human rights safeguards. In parallel to the positive development which has taken place under the UN system, there has been a lot happening in the voluntary carbon markets. For those of you who are following the carbon credit discussion should know well, but the voluntary carbon markets have been undergoing an intense debate around the integrity of voluntary carbon credits. Simultaneously, standard-setting discussions around the integrity of voluntary carbon markets has been accelerating as well. I have heard many experts foreseeing the conversion between voluntary and compliance markets in the future, although it seems to become a long journey. Regardless of the type of carbon credits, there is growing awareness that human rights cannot be overlooked in the development of carbon credits. We have seen unfortunate cases of human rights abuses leading to suspended certification of carbon credits, such as RED Plus projects that involved a Kasigao corridor, which is in Kenya, and southern cardamom in Cambodia. Major sources of human rights violations include restriction or infringement on the lives of local residents and indigenous peoples who have traditionally utilized the land and its natural resources, which may lead to their forced relocation. There may be poor working conditions for laborers engaged in projects that develop carbon credits. Other cases may involve corruption or the involvement of inappropriate parties behind the project. Such risk factors may end up with project cancellation, loss of reputation to the parties involved, and loss of trust from stakeholders. Recognition of such risks will only discourage developers from creating new means of emission reductions or removals. But how can we let people who are serious about developing valid and credible carbon credits give up? There has to be a safeguard to protect genuine efforts to create quality carbon credits. Although it is still cooking, my colleagues at Tokyo Marine are working together with a prominent law firm and a utility company to create solutions that reduce human rights risks from purchased carbon credits. Tokyo Marine has launched an insurance product that protects Japanese corporate policyholders from being accused of greenwashing from the carbon credits they purchased. The policy covers the costs of measures taken to prevent damage to corporate value. In case a company is criticized for greenwashing because of the suspicious greenhouse gas reduction or removal claim made under the carbon credit it purchased. However, we have yet to see a human rights due diligence framework for carbon credits, which makes it challenging for us to design an insurance policy as a supporting tool. If no such framework exists, why not develop one? That's what my Tokyo Marine colleagues are putting hands on now. Once an appropriate framework has been formulated, it should set the basis for designing an insurance policy as a backup mechanism, hopefully. So please stay tuned for the developments.
Thank you so much, Masaki. And I think... Thank you for that. And I think that speaks a lot to also what Dorothy said in her first intervention on this need. We need climate action. We need climate action now, but that climate action sometimes can have risks of human rights violations, but we cannot have that trade-off. So we need to advance both, and we need to find the solutions on how we can advance both. So also very happy to know that you're looking into it and looking forward to see what will come out. So I'll now go back to Carlos and continuing on this idea of what are the kind of projects that we can have, so products and services that we can have that can support a just transition. If you can speak a bit more for products and service that you have, and specifically on sustainability-linked bonds.
Of course, thank you for the question again, and really agree with you, Miyazaki, right? That behind any transaction, there is human rights, right? And there's people. So first of all, I want to tell you, I will try to make a short answer. I want to tell you that Banco Bolivariano, 1.5 years ago, we went to the Galapagos Island, which are named like the Enchanted Islands, where Charles Darwin goes and inspired to write several articles around biodiversity. We announced there that we issue the first blue bond that was attached to sustainability objectives, right? And the specific objective was to publish, to develop, and to release the first TNFD to South America. And well, this blue bond was specifically designed to support projects that contribute to marine conservation, biodiversity protection, and also resilience on local economy, right? So, but why a blue bond, right? Why not a traditional funding from any multilateral or DFI? And why it was so important for, not just only for our bank, Banco Bolivariano, also for the Ecuadorian bank industry and also for the region. First, the context of Ecuador. We are the second main exporter of sustainability seafood, right, in the world. And also, 45 years ago, when the Banco Bolivariano started, we started realizing many credits for the agriculture and aquaculture sectors, right? So we began with these sectors, and I think that we need to give them always like a new, different products to solve different, to give them different solutions, right? And I believe that this instrument is not a desire, it's a business opportunity, and that was the reason that the bank want to realize it. So, and what is important, and I want to talk about my region, what is important to release a bond, or to issue a bond, sorry, is to be more transparent, right? I know that in these regions are really common to have transparency with your client, society, etc. But in my region, we hadn't had like some kind of this exercise, right? So it was really important for us to start to telling all the stakeholders what are we doing with this kind of instrument, right? So we select 3 categories for this blue bond based on the ICME standards and also the green bond principles. And it was the seafood, promoting sustainable fishing practicing that are aligned with international and recognized standards. The wastewater management, supporting infrastructure projects to reduce marine pollution, and also circular economy. And to be honest, we allocate all of the funds, was about a transaction of 80 millions in the first category. But don't worry, because we have a plan to expand our blue economy portfolio for the next years, right? But I want to tell you, the first one, the seafood category. So there are 2 main certifications that help us to identify that we are also involved in the value chain of this sector, right? And there are the ASC, Aquaculture Stewardship Council, and the other one, MSC, Stewardship Council, Marine Stewardship Council, sorry. These certifications provide critical frameworks for sustainable fishing and aquaculture practice. And because we have an approach with this sector, we know that this certification also involves all the value chain, all the small, micro, and also medium enterprise, and they have to adapt certain sustainable practice to have this certification. And without this certification, the Ecuador shrimp industry can sell to Japan, for example, to United States, to Europe. So we can get like the best prices around the world, right? So I think that how we can, this certification provide us as Banco Bolivariano, that we make sure that we are making a solution for a transition plan for this industry. And just to finish, I believe that to find these kind of solutions, we as the bankers, we need to approach in a humble way with our clients and learn from them, right? We are starting to talking about nature, right? Climate change, but when we first approached with the shrimp industry in Ecuador, they told us like, hey, I was talking about biodiversity and nature 20 years ago, right? So it's not a new topic for me, it's a new topic for you. So I feel like to find and co-create solution is in a humble way that we need to approach. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and Carlos, and using this last part that you were saying on how humbling, approaching clients, but you also spoke about transparency, we also spoke about people, so I will turn to you, Dorothy, and understanding this importance of people as part of the equation, understanding also this need of ensuring meaningful stakeholder engagement throughout, also when we speak about the UN Principles of Business and Human Rights. How do you see, or how should companies and particularly financial institutions be engaging with local communities, and as Jenny is not here, maybe also a bit with also indigenous people, and what can be done to ensure that they are participating in decision-making processes and they are part of the process of not being left behind?
Thanks. Indeed, meaningful stakeholder engagement is now a requirement by the law, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, and companies are struggling to put that into practice. And just back to you briefly, you mentioned the certifications that you're sort of encouraging. That's great. I think they're strong on some easy to measure environmental targets, but on the human rights part, they're weak, and on participation, they're on 0. So, I mean, talking about the meaningful stakeholder engagement through certification schemes that are currently in place, I think there's a big gap for those certification schemes to figure out how do they now retrofit what is now required by the law into those certification schemes. So it's sort of a side topic. The meaningful stakeholder engagement, as I said, is, I think first we should establish why it's so relevant, because it's not only relevant because it's in the law. If companies only engage in it because it's now a legal compliance issue, they will, in a very superficial way, bring together a couple of NGOs and then put in their sustainability report a picture of that we had the meeting. So this is not what we're looking for. Instead, the meaningful stakeholder engagement, I think, needs to be rooted in the type of business models that we're hoping to develop further in the future, namely ones that build true relationships with clients, with suppliers, and suppliers deep in global supply chains. And practical experience has shown over and over again that these relational business models, they're more resilient when a crisis hit. We've seen that during COVID. And I mean, I could also point to sort of massive crises that big companies had where they simply disregarded stakeholders, such as Rio Tinto blowing up indigenous caves, that an irreparable error where they probably weren't in touch with the critical stakeholders and the indigenous communities that they should have listened to, because it was very costly for them to fix that the entire senior management team had to go. So there's a legal requirement, there's a moral imperative, but there's also a business case for engage with the stakeholders. But sorry, your question was on the how to do this. And this is where things get really messy and complicated, because business contexts are messy and complicated. And you're often dealing with local communities that are not able to be a company's adequate counterpart. So they don't have the representation in their community. The companies don't even know to whom to talk to. I've had this issue with a number of mining companies that are willing to engage in FPIC, free prior informed consent, and engage with communities, but they can't even identify a community leader that would have the leadership and representation skills to be at eye level with the company. So there's often a lack of capacity in those communities that you should be engaging with, and I think this is where a company then needs to do the hard developing capacity work to actually have an equal partner. But inside of companies, you also lack the capacity to manage community relationships and community conflict. These are skills that are typically not represented in for-profit companies. You need sort of social scientists or other skills that allow companies to do this meaningfully. And then I think a last really important point is the companies that do engage in communities and want to bring them in and be inclusive and participatory, they're often engaging, or they're often relegating the communities to beneficiaries of corporate compensation. What do I mean by that? So most agreements that I'm aware of with local and indigenous communities, they work temporarily because the company pays for reparations and builds social infrastructure, such as schools, hospitals, roads, etc. The community benefits through this material compensation. What companies rarely do is actual development work, namely to enable development of skills that would allow the community to eventually determine their own future, for example, through education, entrepreneurship, or a diversified industry. So let's take mining again, my favorite industry. Industrial mining creates very few jobs and only very few skilled jobs. Companies often send up fairly generous compensation schemes in mining communities. But eventually, the extraction of raw material comes to an end because all natural resources are finite, and often the communities are then left stranded. The companies leave, and the benefits stop, and the communities are worse off than before because the engagement was not sustainable, the type of engagement. So companies that want to ensure equal participation also need to develop responsible exit scenarios and provide benefits that last, even after their departure, or sometimes merely because leadership changes. I've seen mining communities where the mine operating company changed, and the mine operating company that moved in just didn't have that perspective on community engagement. They stopped the benefits, and there was nothing that lasts. So I think such lasting agreements best involve multiple independent partners that sign long-term agreements, local civil society, but I would also argue academia, namely to continuously measure the sustainability of the societal impacts of business operations, measuring the impacts continuously through independent partners that sign long-term agreements. So such an approach, I think, would live up to the promise of actual equal participation.
Thank you, Dorothy. Just as you were speaking, I was just remembering, so there was this, the adaptation gap report that came out that UNEP launched at COP. And one of the things that they looked at adaptation projects that were finalized, that were financed and finalized in the last 3 years. And they found out that indeed projects that had people from the beginning engaged and deciding together or co-owned or co-designing the project are still ongoing and running, while projects that didn't have people among, like in the discussions, they are no longer working. So even from a financial point of view, there's our projects where finance was put in, but these projects are no longer, typically they are tendentially, not typically, tendentially they are not really working. So it's again on this need also of people. And you mentioned measuring and the need to measure, so that gives us a very good exchange to Nick. And indeed, one of the parts that it's also very relevant if we speak about just transition, if we want just transition to move forward, is how do we measure that is happening? So what are the metrics that we have there and that we should consider when monitoring the commitments to just transition and to evaluate the impact?
So, yeah, we were saying earlier that sort of metrics comes up as the last topic. Maybe we should make it the first topic, because I think we've heard that just transition has many different dimensions in terms of making sure we're minimizing and ending any harm, reparations and so on, but also thinking about how we're really delivering social progress in the workplace, in communities, in supply chains, and so on. And all of these will need specific metrics, and I think it'll be very important as we advance. I think it's probably going to be one of the critical issues to make the just transition come to life. And I think, as we've heard from the panel, these metrics are going to need to be at very different sort of levels. We're going to need metrics at the community level, at the transaction level, at a client level, at a sector level, at a corporate level, and then as a financial institution, maybe a large bank, which obviously has many different types of clients. How do we get metrics which are relevant at that level? So I think this is the challenge we're facing. We're seeing at the moment, I think most of our focus on process metrics, so commitments to just transition, commitments to just transition plans, percentage of plans which include some sort of just transition element. But the quality of those is very weak. We're seeing suggestions, I think, on the quantitative side. The Global Reporting Initiative is coming out looking at actually measuring the percentage of relevant projects which have dialogue, but then the quality of that dialogue with workers, with local communities, with indigenous peoples, suppliers. Then we have questions about the numbers of jobs being created or lost, people being retrained. How do we measure those aspects? And then also maybe other questions, particularly in terms of access to finance for SMEs, access to finance, to financial coverage, whether it's insurance or credit for individual households. So I think there is a multiplicity of different metrics. And I think it'll be important when we're thinking by financial sector, but also by real economy sector, identifying those metrics that can be relevant and recognizing many will be very context specific. So in my country, one of the energy utilities, one of its metrics for just transition is the percentage of its new workforce that were previously oil and gas workers. So very, very specific to that particular oil and gas region. But I think collaborative work on metrics is going to be a key sort of success factor for delivery of just transition. And linked to that is going to be the question of incentives.
Thank you so much, Nick, for that. I think, indeed, as you mentioned, we maybe need to start putting it a bit earlier in the discussion, the question of metrics, and it's something that we want to work a bit more. So within UNEP-FI and for the UNEP-FI members in the room, we will want to continue working with just transition. We are starting working with piloting of some of the just transition recommendations. So if anyone is interested in working in piloting it, we are also going to look specifically, because context matter, we are going to look specific at Latin American, and we are planning to launch at COP next year a report specifically on what just transition would look in the Latin American context for banks and insurance. And we are also next month launching a human rights toolkit, which helps financial institutions to aligned with the UN principles for business and human rights, going from their policy to human rights, due diligence, stakeholder engagement, and access to remedy and grievance. So we hope that will be a step in also the discussions we're having, but we are very happy to continue this work and to continue with those in the room and with this panel to work together for ensuring that we are having a climate action that does have human rights as central, and that we will be, Mary Robinson this morning said that she felt that she understood the connection very late, and that it was very late and only when working in the ground that she realized that there was this connection between human rights and climate. And I think we are the lucky ones that this work was already done for us. We know this connection is there, so now we need to act on that. And I think we have that role now, because we cannot say we did not know. So thank you so much for the panel, and thank you so much, everyone.
Well, thank you very much, Joanna and the panel. Very timely.
So for any questions, we can you can come directly to the speakers. I'm sorry.
Yes, we can take, I thought we had 2 minutes. We can take the questions on the side as we change the stage for the next panel. We are almost at the end of the day, so if you feel you need to stretch a bit, move a bit as we get the next panel on the stage.
And also we have indicators of human rights, even how many immigrants are working for this kind of thing. Okay, so I can send you the report. We have the blue one also in English. Okay. Great.
I agree with you.
Well, so you're returning to Portugal already?
I'm going to the hospital right now, yes. Get ready for the
Testing, testing, testing.
Oh, thank you. All right, I can see people making their way through the room. We are almost there, so if we are about to start, so if you can grab your seat very quickly so we can be on time and get your drinks with the end of the day. So. All right, if we can come to the front of the room, we have a lot of spaces. It's the last session. So please, if you are not staying in the session, I would kindly ask you to move to your seats or leave the room so we can start the next session. Thank you. All right. All right, without further ado, in the upstairs room, mainstreaming impact management. And in our room today, we are there, it's a bit hard to read, but tackling plastics and promoting circularity to achieve sustainability goals. And with that, we can invite our panelists, and I will hand it over to our moderator, Jen Reyes, Finance and Plastics Lead at UNEP. The mic is yours.
Yeah, fine. Not yet, but welcome all, and thanks for joining us in this last session of today. I ask the panel to join us on stage, please. I'll introduce you while you're seated. So Peggy Lefort will do the introduction, and she will do that from behind the desk. So you are actually in a session called Tackling Plastics and Promoting Circularity to Achieve Sustainability Goals. Peggy Lefort is the Pollution and Circular Economy Lead at UNEP. She was a finance expert in the open-ended expert group in Bangkok as part of the intersessional work on finance and plastics, as part of the INC negotiation on a global plastics treaty, and freshly returned from the INC negotiation round in Busan. Peggy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jan. So yes, as Jan was saying, I'm just back from Busan in South Korea, where the 5th round of negotiation on plastics to negotiate the future international legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution was negotiated. We were hoping to come back with a treaty. Member states have not landed on a treaty, but good progress has been made. We heard it actually from Inger Andersen in her remarks in the morning. Member states have done good progress on a new text, which is now going to be used as a basis of negotiation, which is around 20 pages against 70 pages, more than 70 pages in the previous version, and also an agreed structure and some progress on some of the critical areas. So some critical areas still remain, and finance is one of them. So when we talk about finance in the negotiation on plastics, a lot of the discussion is on the establishment of a financial mechanism to support countries in implementing the future treaty. But what is also very important is that private finance needs to be mobilized, and needs to be mobilized at scale, because it will be 90% of financial flows which will need to come from private sources. So it is it is really crucial for the success of the future treaty to mobilize finance, to redirect financial flows, so away from harmful activities towards alternative substitute to plastics, to reuse, refill systems, to collection, sorting, recycling systems. So this is the opportunity that this future treaty represents. So it has the opportunity to be a game changer, to address plastic pollution, and to really tackle its root causes across the full life cycle of plastics, but also it can pave the way for other sectors and to increase circular economy in other sectors. And so it's, that is the reason why 180 finance institutions representing globally more than 17.2 billion combined assets signed the finance statement on plastic pollution and acknowledged the role that they have to play, and called for an ambitious treaty which creates the enabling environment for finance. So on plastics, huge potential on circular economy solutions. It's also the case in other high impact sectors, and we'll see that in the discussion with our esteemed panelists tonight. And so it's, for instance, the case in buildings and construction, where if we just look at material efficiency strategies and circular strategies in material in the buildings and construction sector that could reduce emissions by 35 to 40% in G7 countries and by up to 50 to 70% in China and India. And if we talk about textiles also, for instance, as another high-impact sector, so beyond the potential to decarbonize the sector, there's also a huge potential to reduce pollution generated by the textile sector. And it could also generate $700 billion in economic value by 2030. But for that to happen, we need to mobilize $20 to $30 billion of financing per year. So what is key to understand, and we are going to discuss that with our panelists, is that circular economy is a key enabler to achieve the sustainability goals of nature, of climate, of course, of pollution, on the social agenda as well. And that comes from the fact that extraction and processing of virgin natural resources account for more than 55% of global GHG emissions, and more than 90% of biodiversity loss and water stress, 90%. So global resource use has tripled in the last 50 years, is expected to grow by 60% between now and 2060. So these figures highlight the critical role that resource efficiency and circular economy have to play in the sustainability agenda. And this starts to be recognized by, across the policy and regulatory landscape, which is rapidly evolving, and more we see that circular economy is integrated as a solution for sustainability and is creating new requirements related to the transition to a circular economy. So we see that, for instance, in Europe with the CSRD and the SRSC5. We see that in the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, 27 of them integrate circularity as a key solution. And this is rapidly evolving. So in view of this, it is imperative for finance institutions to initiate first steps to really integrate circular economy considerations into their business practices. And it's really encouraging to see circular economy financing growing. And we work at UNEP FI to support finance institutions in fostering circular economy financing. And you see here on this screen some of the publications that we launched to support finance institutions in these efforts. So through target setting on resource efficiency and circular economy, on plastics with the finance leadership group on plastics, which is led by Jan, our moderator, and also, of course, with our series of guidance document on circular economy as an enabler for responsible banking, which really takes circular economy to be embedded in climate action plans by finance institutions, and so maybe, and I stop there because I don't want to be too long, and I want to hand over the floor to our esteemed panelists. But what is really important to have in mind is that circular economy is not still an additional topic. It is a key enabler for sustainability. It is a key enabler for climate, for nature, for pollution, for the social agenda also, and to transition to more, to healthier and more inclusive economies. So really excited to listen to our panel and hear from them what they already do and what needs to scale up. Thank you.
Thank you to Peggy Lefort for setting the scene on the importance of circular economy. I invite the panel to the stage, and please do take a chair to your liking, whether you will sit closer to the moderator or further, that's up to you. And then I will introduce you to the audience. Just giving this a last try, actually, this is the last session of the day, and it will be more or less a fireside chat, but as you know, fireside chats are nicer if you come closer. I mean, I know it's safe to the door, but there's also a door here, and we won't hold it against you if you leave. So please do come closer if you can. Yeah, thanks. At least some people are sensitive to prompts. Thanks for those people sensitive to prompts. Moderators love that. So, without further ado, as said, my name is Jan Raas, lead finance and plastics at UNEP FI, today serving as your moderator. And with us are Clémence Schmidt, please raise your hand. Clémence Schmidt, driving systemic change with the World Economic Forum's GPAP, and GPAP stands for Global Plastic Action Partnership, and she is the director. She also freshly returned from the INC5 negotiation in Busan and played an important role because WEF GPAP convenes the Financing Coordination Group together with UNEP FI, OECD, and World Bank, and with the advice of many, many other stakeholders. So true to the nature of the work, a multi-stakeholder dialogue on finance. With us today as well is Franco Pisa. Franco, welcome. He's embedding circularity in banking with Grupo Bancolombia, working from Medellin. And he's also active at the national level, so not only for the bank as a private institution, but also for his country. And he's the head of the sustainability area, and Bancolombia is part of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, is a signatory to the Principles for Responsible Banking, and a member of the Finance Leadership Group on Plastics. Welcome, Franco. Then Lauren Clark-Wiest, responsible for risk management at Aon, one of the responsibles, and actually the head of the Global Climate Hub at Aon. And Aon is part of the Finance Leadership Group on Plastics, the Principles for Sustainable Insurance, the PSI, where they are a signatory, and Lauren herself is representing Aon as a board member of the PSI board. So welcome, Lauren. Glad to have you. Massimiliano Tellini, innovation. He will talk about innovations in circular economy financing from the perspective of Intesa Sanpaolo, which is a large financial group headquartered in Milano. And he is the global head for circular economy at Intesa Sanpaolo Innovation Center. And Intesa Sanpaolo is also part of the workings of UNEP FI. They joined the Finance Leadership Group on Plastics, are also a signatory of the finance statement that Peggy said was signed by 180 financial institutions, but a very large financial institution to join that group. Member of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, and also a signatory to the Principles for Responsible Banking. And when I said that to Max, I can call him Max, he said, since 2019. Small detail. And last but not least, we have Felipe Garcia. Welcome, Felipe. He focuses on measuring circularity through the WBCSD's circularity transition indicators. And you might have heard of those. They have been around for a couple of years, and they have gone through multiple iterations. There are now multiple generations of these transition indicators. And he will explain how that is actually being merged into what is called the GCP, which stands for Global Circularity Protocol. So welcome to you all. And I will also have a seat to join you in the conversation. Actually, my first question would be for Clémence, Director of WEF GPAP. And Clémence, your group, WEF GPAP, works with national action plans. Could you explain to the audience how such a multi-stakeholder dialogue drives circularity, and particularly in the area, very difficult area of plastics?
Yes, happy to build. So the Global Plastic Action Partnership, or friends like Jan call us GPAP, has been funded as a public-private partnership since 2018 already. And our mission is to translate commitment into concrete action to tackle plastic pollution. As such, we do this at a global, but also, and more importantly, at a national level. The approach of GPAP is to establish a multi-stakeholder platform in countries, bringing together government, the private sector, the informal sector, so the waste picker, civil society, and local communities. And when you talk about action, you talk about action plan and roadmap. So we're working around ownership of those roadmaps by the stakeholders. It's very important to us that this is developed and owned at the national level. Based on evidence, so we're looking at tools and at data that enable the sound decision making and being inclusive and holistic. So really looking at all of the voices, because that's what drives ownership and that's what afterwards align towards a common action. When you talk about action, very quickly you're coming to talk about financing, because to do something, you need to have the means to implement it. And as part of the work that we're doing, we're developing national roadmap that sets the ambition for the countries. And then from that roadmap, we are setting specific financing roadmaps and financing task force, which is then dedicated to identify the right means of implementation, but also define the target. To give a concrete example on this work, in Ghana, which was one of the first partnership that we have, they've defined that between 2017 and 2040, it's $18 billion that is needed for them to achieve their ambition towards a reduction of plastic marine litter. And while it's a big number, it's also enabling all stakeholders, as per the platform, to really join forces. And that is going to be, I think, the key of what we are doing, what we're talking today is, we're going to need a stakeholder approach. We're going to need financing from many different places. So at least being able to have an action plan, a target, enables a definition of how we are going to achieve it and achieve those, define those plans together. So I think GPAP, just to close on that front now, because I mentioned we're funded in 2018. We started with a couple of countries. Now it's over 20 countries which are part of the networks, and we have the ambition to grow that network to 25 countries by 2025, which is coming very close. It's about 1,900 members which are active, and when you're talking about catalyzing financing and means of implementation, it's over 3.1 billion already that have been catalyzed by the network.
Thanks for putting some numbers. Actually, you mentioned Ghana, but there is also Ecuador. There are many other countries. I thought Vietnam was one of them, and the whole list can be consulted, obviously, on WEF-GPAP website. 20, and 25 is the target. Max, a question for you. Actually, it was raised by our first speaker that to make things happen, you need finance, and that's really your job from a day-to-day basis. And but what innovations in the circular economy space to advance circularity have you seen developing under your watch at Intesa Sanpaolo from the innovation perspective?
Yeah, first of all, let me thank you and UNEP for inviting us to share our expertise and our journey on circular economy, and also to praise the leadership that you, Peggy, and her team and your teams have been putting with efforts and the vision in supporting us, the private sector, in going forward to make sure that circular economy is a concrete action and not just a sort of topic of agenda or workshops. So really, congratulations on what UNEP has been doing. And for the finance initiative, I guess there is a very close, I would say, nexus that you are creating between environment and finance. And this is why I really appreciate the chance to be sharing today this experience. As you were mentioning, of course, innovation is key. I'm part of the innovation center of the biggest Italian banking group, which is actually among the top 3 at European level. Intesa Sanpaolo and Intesa Sanpaolo Innovation Center, which is the competence center for circular economy at the bank. Provocatively, if you allow me, I would say that first of all, of course, finance is needed. Innovation is even more, and I would say even a cultural kind of innovation, because when we do talk about plastics, and I totally subscribe to what has been said, And actually, again, really appreciate also what the World Economic Forum has been doing on this topic. But for a moment, I would pause and ask ourselves, is plastic the problem, or is the use that we do of plastic the problem? Because at the end of the day, plastic is not just the big enemy in the room. Of course, it's an issue. But the issue of plastic is the use that we humans do about this material. A material which has been thought and designed for performance, for lasting performance, and then in the end, how I do use it is when I maybe drink some fruit juice for 30 seconds. Is this a smart thing to do? It's nothing to do with plastic. Of course it has to do with plastic, but has to do with the use of resources that we do have and that be bad designed for the use we do make. So going to the point, innovation is fundamental. And this is, again, I would say, the big difference that there is between just being, I would say, very attentive and very sensitive to recycling, with a difference in being innovative in redesigning products. So, for example, we at Intesa Sanpaolo have a circular economy lab. It's a sort of partner of reference for our corporate clients in supporting them in transitioning in business models and in products. And so we do see how, for example, they are able to maybe make research and innovation and fund this research to make sure that we are able to have new products for food elements, maybe baked elements in the pastry industry that have been sort of now wrapping that is made with chemicals and traditional, I would say, elements, and can be done now with bioplastics materials. And this is just an example. We have also dedicated credit facilities specifically for circular economy. So we have been funding since 2018 more than 15 billion euros of credit projects that do have innovative components. So innovation at the core of how our clients are transitioning toward the circular economy. For example, in the painting industry, we are supporting companies that are able to substitute some kind of chemicals within the painting with bio-based materials, and also producing paints that are able to capture CO2 emissions. So why I do say so is because at Intesa Sanpaolo we do take circular economy very seriously, but in a matter which is pro-business, of course, which has the, I would say, characteristic of linking the positive contribution to the environment, and we are not just limiting the negative impact on the environment, actually supporting the regeneration of natural capital. At the very same time, we are supporting business. We are creating value for companies that for us do represent the frontier of less risky company going forwards. So this is more to do with the economics, with the industrial agenda of the country, rather than just having a compliance from an environmental standpoint. We are a leader in the circular economy space. We have a strong, I would say, long-lasting partnership with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation since last 10 years, 2016. We are still today the first bank globally, strategic partner of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation as the big first strategic financial player, and then Bancolombia did join. So we have been in the room talking seriously about circularity and making sure that this is a new way for creating value from a strategic standpoint in a collaborative effort. So again, this is why finance is key. This is where innovation can play, of course, it can play its role, given that we are thinking about a new economic, some kind of theory. We are talking about a new economic development and not just an environmental compliance agenda.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, when I was listening to you, by the way, you make it a celebration of the partnership of UNEP and its members. So thanks for being with us and doing such great work. So returning the compliment. Franco, from Bancolombia, I actually have a question for you. There's a lot of talk about innovation, circular economy, but in the end, how do we establish whether something is circular or not? So I understood that Grupo Bancolombia has developed a tool, the circular economy measurement tool or circularity measurement tool. And I would like to hear from you some examples, how you measure, and preferably for high impact sectors like textiles or construction or food.
Jan, thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. And On this, I want to start with responding on a specific question that is why? Why to work on circular economy? And for me, it's because it's a big enabler about climate change, it's a big enabler about nature, and it's a big enabler about how to close social gaps. Don't forget this about it. And at the end, it's good business. Something is specific on that. When we are working at that, we are working at the sustainability issues. But how to measure that? You were talking about that, and this specific tool, as Max was talking about a couple of minutes, we are at the same time partners of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in the region. And we understood clearly that we need to establish and develop a specific tool to measure the level of circularity of each company that we are supporting in the bank. Right now, at least 300 measurements were developed during the previous years, at least 80 during this year. And this measure is offering to our customers the opportunity to understand clearly with the specific actions where are right now in their circular pathway and how to develop new opportunities in that. A couple of examples on this specific issue. We were talking in the food industry with a rice company in the country. They have a really big problem about how to dispose the waste of the process. And they were talking, and in a specific visit to our team, we're talking about different parts of the process in their crops. I said, okay, talk me about this, talk me about that, and at the end of the process, I said, what happened with this disposal process? I said, oh, now this is a big problem for me because the local authorities request me to manage this in other way, but I don't know how. Right now, they were developing the use of the tool, and we were supporting a specific use of biomass to generate energy for the process in the industrial part of the process of the customer. This is something that was a problem. Right now, this is a solution for them, and we closed the gap in their process. Other example here with a company that is in the household appliance industry. They were developing the assessment, and they understood clearly which kind of improvements to implement in their process. Right now, they are using less energy, and they are included in their process part of the disposal for other customers and review a specific program to receive part of the products as part of the new sales in specific promotions. At least 5 and 10% of the process was involved with those kind of resources. Because at the end, something that is clear for many customers using the tool is that they need to start with the design of the process, establish clear how to use it during life, but at the end, how to close the gap in the system. Because as a customer, I need to have a specific way to return or to receive a specific upgrade of the product or service in order to be more circular. A couple of examples, innovation is clear, and at the end, each customer needs to support in financial aspects. We are at least from this year supporting that with resources that are at least $250 million for this year. At the end, it's good business and is a good enabler with climate change, with have less emissions in the process of with the client in the food industry, and at the same time, we are making different activities in nature. But maybe in the next question we could be deeper on that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for taking us along on your journey at Bancolombia. And now over to another sector, actually, insurance. And we've heard from another panelist this morning. I thought that was a great suggestion. Banking should work more with insurance and reinsurers because environmental insurance is key to success, also in circularity. And you use at Aon a lot of data and analytics for that to manage the risk, actually, and to reduce the circularity-related risks. So could you take us along, or to take the audience along, on how innovative data mapping influences risk modeling at Aon?
Yeah, thank you. And so the insurance industry is all about de-risking. And you're right, we heard this morning and earlier today that the insurance industry is playing a key role in enabling innovation. So we like data. I mean, some of you may have worked with actuaries. They love data. We love modeling. We love doing catastrophic modeling and all sorts of things, which is quite important when we talk about climate change or weather change. And you may have seen, you know, all the projections on how we're thinking about 2035, 45, and climate change. So in our industry, yes, you need data. Yes, we love modeling. We love certainty. But as well, there are some people that don't mind taking a bet. And I'll take you a little bit on a journey on that. So in the insurance industry, we like to enable new innovation. We push boundaries and frontier. And sometimes boundaries and frontier have to be pushed with very minimal information. And how do you convince a capital provider to trust a company that is taking a new technology? You mentioned new technologies, new ways of approaching, and circular economy is bringing new technologies and fundamental operating changes. Some companies are investing significant capex in their change management. So how an insurer is going to follow them and help them? So there are a number of insurers and the insurance industry that are taking a bet with those companies and say, we'll bring you along the journey of your change, and we'll, of course, take, you know, hopefully you become a good risk, and we'll take profit out of it, because it's generally good if a company survive and they change their operating model to be more certain. So in terms of specifically when we talk about plastic and circular economy, what we're seeing is clients wanting to change the way they bring new product to the market. And our role at Aon is to work with the insurance industry and the reinsurance industry to convince those that new technologies are valid. And that takes time and trust. And trust sometimes is we'll use data, but as well is often a fundamental human element. So we like to, I think one of the main reinsurance companies is art and science combined. And that's what I have seen. I've been in this industry for the last 15 years or more. It's where we bring very subjective element with objective elements. So that's where we have been. Yeah.
So if I understand it well, the validation that you do for your clients is really putting a stamp on a technology. It is safe, it is insurable, and it is kind of bankable, and that is something that you organize. Can I imagine like an electric appliance that belongs in an industrial plant, that you actually study it on behalf of Aon, and that you say to the client, well, it's insurable, hence it has future potential and it could be bankable? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's a type of things we work as Aon, but as well with other members of the ecosystem to provide certainty on the quality of the technology that is going to be employed, and providing assurance that prototypes have been tested and so on and so forth. So yeah, we work with our clients to bring a compelling position on the new product.
Yep, thanks. So it changes the value chain perspective as well. So that works down the value chain. And thanks for clarifying how Aon works on that. Felipe from WBCSD, I've said you have several generations of circular transition indicators, but now we're also talking about the protocol. And could you take us take us along your journey with those transition indicators?
Thank you very much, Jan, and also thank you for UNEP5 for the invitation. Also echoing Massimiliano's words. I mean, if there is one organization that keeps us optimistic about this agenda, is UNEP5. So do tap yourselves in the shoulders, because you are doing a great job in pushing that agenda. But I'll focus a little bit on how do we measure, but I'll also focus on what is the current problem. And I'll start by the latter, so we end on a positive note. The current problem is that for businesses, and by the way, just taking a step back, WBCSD, for those that don't know, World Business Council for Sustainable Development, so we really focus on pushing the sustainability agenda, and we have over 230 multinational organizations across sectors and across regions, and the idea really is to take them along that sustainability journey so that we push in the right direction. And we are ready to have those difficult discussions. Now, in terms of the problem, currently for businesses, it's extremely difficult to have, and I'll focus on the investors, financial institutions come and have each one of them their own metrics, their own ways to measure. So for you to go and get investment, for you to go to market, you have to talk in several different ways. For you to be in different specific countries, you have to abide for several different regulations, right? So 2 years ago, we came together as a business community and we said, well, how can we create that interoperable and comparable space? So those are two key words that we keep emphasizing, that interoperability and comparability, right? So how do we create that? So we have great metrics already existing. So the circular transition indicators, which by the way, I would not be doing justice by claiming any credit to that, but actually that's done by my great colleagues here in the room, also Irene Martinez, that leads that great work. But I had to take a few notes. Yesterday I was just thinking about the history of it, and actually there's amazing history. So we have 4 editions of circular transition indicators that basically measure circularity of the business by assessing the physical flows. So it takes an inflow, outflow perspective. And if you will, let's talk in simple terms, it sort of promotes and actually rewards companies that are taking renewable flows, that are really promoting circularity. So we look at, for example, material criticality, lifetime extension performance, financial performance, which was something that Massimiliano and Franco mentioned that is critical for the financial institutions. But we want to take that to the next level. So the latest editions have started to add biodiversity loss. We look at, for example, land use change, and we try to understand, okay, what is the impact to land use by having a specific product, by having a specific innovation. So we start to bring nature, but also climate indicators into it. So we start to look at greenhouse gas emissions. But then the next level, and that's where the Global Circularity Protocol comes in. How do you start connecting that in a way that is comparable? So currently, a company A is able to do their own assessment, right, based on circular transition indicator, and company B will have that same assessment, right? So now let's take that to the next level and put specific rules of the game so that Franco and Massimiliano come in and they want to assess within their portfolio company A with company B. And by the way, it could also work for insurers, company A, company B, company C. But let's do that in a consistent way and in a comparable way across the financial industry. That's what we're trying to create, and I'll stop there. I can go with a little bit more detail, but yeah.
Thanks a lot. So comparability key, level playing field. It adds to investors behind their desktop computers saying, I can invest in that because I recognize the data, the metrics have been socialized within the company, and we can really put the money to work. So that's very valuable work. Actually, for the second round, now you've all introduced yourself to the audience. The second round is the same question for every speaker. So I'll make it very simple. I'll start with Max, and I'll end with you. But Max, I mean, the question is really, what are the key drivers to accelerate the growth of the circular economy? And more succinctly put, what drives the scaling of circular economy finance?
I would say that first of all is a full understanding of the potential the circular economy does have. And again, I want to stress the occasion we are talking about. I mean, United Nations Environment Programme Finance Initiative. We are linking two important concepts. So I would say that first of all is the growing awareness that we are not just talking about an environmental transition. We are talking about an economic one. We are talking about a new way of creating value. There is plenty of research that is showing that even business schools have to redesign their curricula. Because actually what we are talking about is a different way of doing business, different way of appreciating value. And so going back to many of the conversations that have been taking place even today, upstairs and here, how do we make circular economy competitive against the linear economy? This is tough, but we cannot expect private sector just to finance the circular economy because it's the right thing to do or because we want to do that. It's easy. Just copy the rules. This is a report from the World Bank, December 2022, Squaring the Circle. And that report focuses on circular economy in Europe. because Europe has been leading and is leading the circular economy transition. And what the World Bank says, guys, we all know circular economy is the future, no doubt. What has to be done is to be taken out the incentives for the linear economy. We are talking about 7.3 trillion of benefits and subsidies that every single year we do pay globally to the linear economy. So I would say the answer is pretty straightforward. Only once we appreciate what is at stake, and second, what we understand the linear economy is costing us. Because, as been said already, it's crucial that we do have metrics and frameworks to appreciate, evaluate, and analyze what circular is. I think it's paramount important as well that we are able to measure the risk of the linear economy, which is embedded in the profitability that actually we don't discount when we do look at linear business models compared to the circular ones. Because some do encompass externalities, others don't. So there is a not fair comparison. It's time to differentiate how we appreciate value creation. It's time to understand even the different kind of regulation levels, that circular economy is regenerative of the natural capital by design, and so we are addressing biodiversity, we are addressing natural capital accretion. We are talking about even a social and just transition, because when we do talk about circular economy, we are talking about regeneration of space. We are talking about modular design for buildings, for construction, building as material banks. So we are talking about impact on society and on people. This is the full potential of circular economy once we fully understand what circular economy is, not just starting only from, I would say, again, provocatively, an environmental standpoint. Because from the environmental standpoint, we fully understand what is at stake, which is now the limitation of CO2 emissions and all the important stacks and targets that we do have to care about. But we are still missing the point of a new value creation that is needed for companies, for investors to appreciate how true value can be created. And so in the end, I believe it's important that we do recognize, first of all, it's a collective action. And so circular economy is a global agenda for investments, investments that have to be synchronized to have an effect. And this is, again, something coming back from the World Bank squaring a single report. And second thing is, culturally thinking a different way is possible. Because again, what we've been studying, business schools around the globe, is how you focus and verticalize and silosize all the different aspects in the business activity. Actually, circular economy provides you with a systemic view. Everything is intervened, is interconnected. What you do in a sector does impact what happens in another one. This is the systemic view. This is the approach, a collective approach, and the open innovation approach. A company cannot do this alone. This is why circular economy, for us, is a collective effort and is an open innovation exercise. Companies and research and startups and research centers need to gather and put resources together, because only in this way you can create the scale and the sort of resource which is needed to move this transition forward.
Yeah, thanks a lot. A great passionate plea also for changing the business curriculum in business schools. And I understand that because it's very siloed. I mean, you teach people to think in silos and to grow the linear economy, but this new narrative is gaining actually momentum, and you're already doing it in practice. So thanks for sharing that insight. Actually, over to you, Franco. What is needed to scale circular economy finance in a Colombian context or in a Latin American context?
Jan, as Max was talking, something that is strategic, that is smart, that is needed. Something is specific. But how to move on this specific path, how to involve this in the strategies of financial institutions is something that is relevant in order to be more proactive, but at the same time pragmatic. Maybe if we can to follow 5 specific steps on this could be in a specific way. The first one is to understand clearly what is circular economy, because all of these benefits are possible if you understand clearly how to implement this. Just to elevate or increase your conscience about this is the first step. The second one is specific, is how to implement this in your strategy. And when you are doing that, the next step is to measure what are you doing right now in the process. We were talking about the Circularity Anonymous on that. What is it? It's because each company is supporting circular economy. Maybe they don't have any knowledge about that, but they are supporting it. They don't have conscience about that. But each company, each financial institution in each sector, banks, insurance, investors, are promoting different projects that are linked with this concept. But how to move in order to arise this information and establish that you are not in 0 point, you are advancing at this. The next step is linked with solutions. Okay, I have clear about what is it, I have clear about how to deal with, and I am clear about which is the level that we are right now. Okay, how to improve solutions, how to identify which is the right solution for your customer. Is it a tool? Is it non-financial, or is it a specific credit with benefits that is something that is relevant? If this is in place, you could find a lot of companies that could implement this, and they follow the same way that you are moving right now. Knowledge, improvements, and identify projects, and they are receiving the support. And finally, the fifth step on this is linked with the common customers at the end. Each company needs to move their products and services to the market, but all the benefits about circularity need to be clear for the final customer. If we are from financial sector offering to them, to the customers in the retail, for example, benefits, in order to receive those products is the better way for financial institution and at the same time for your customers, for the businesses and companies that are developing this kind of products in order to move at the end of the process. And if this customer, individual, are thinking about circular, we could solve the problem of plastic, because it's not about plastic, it's about how we are use it. But at the end, it's not just plastic. Each decision in human being is linked with this agenda. We need to be more conscious, but at the same time, we need to have the right proposal of values here in order to make the right decisions.
Thanks. So awareness raising among clients, very important, and then working all the way back to the design stage on how that will work in the production stage. And that's where a bank actually oversees a lot of that value chain. So thanks for sharing. Same question for you at Aon from an insurance perspective, how to scale? If more data is not a solution, what is?
Yeah, exactly. So I think scale, I was just thinking about it. So I think I was at an innovation conference recently, and we're talking about hidden innovation and public innovation. You know, hidden innovation is when people create something amazing, but no one knows about it. And I think that's about scaling. You know, we're talking about scaling, about small ideas, because they can change quite dramatically the way companies are operating, and bring circular in something that is not, hidden away by just a small group of people that are talking about it passionately. So it's becoming mainstream, and that's maybe where the scaling can come in. It's not like it shouldn't be different, it should become embedded. And that's where we look at, I would say that scaling makes it easier when it doesn't change fundamentally. So making it more affordable, easier for people to understand, because when you bring new innovation, very often people ask lots of questions. And as I was saying earlier, our role is to make innovation more appealing for the insurance industry, that's for sure, so everyone can access it. The other thing I was maybe closer to home, I live in Southeast Asia, and as most of you may have visited Southeast Asia, is plagued with plastic. Indonesia, everyone has been on the beach in Indonesia, Malaysia, or Thailand, or Vietnam. It's a significant problem. So you can scale innovation and encourage circular economy in established operating and huge companies, but you need to ask as well yourself, how are we going to bring those circular economy concepts to emerging countries and countries that are moving very fast and adopting very fast consuming behaviors that maybe 10 years ago were not using plastic and are using now plastic. So how are we going to scale that? And that's, for me, more of an immediate issue than many other challenges.
Yeah. So the smaller portions, for example, in sachets and all those problems with portion size and the packaging that goes with it, and they end up on beaches, etc. So you're calling for more awareness and actually action. But also, if we look at your national action plans, Clémence, how does that kind of resonate what Aeon was saying here, what Lauren was saying? Kind of tackling the small things that matter. Is that part of your plans on a national level?
No, so at a national level, of course, and we were talking, so I mentioned the financing task force. We also have one on behavior change, and I think that was like, I think that will echo very nicely what the three previous panelists were saying. It is a combination of the properties of plastic, the usage we make of it, the fact that it doesn't biodegrade, the fact that we don't have the right infrastructure, that is creating all these problems. So how we can tackle each of them separately. And the sachets is a huge issue in Asia, so that's something that is probably known from everyone. So when you're looking at what's the magnitude of waste you're trying to avoid, when I was talking about the action roadmaps, that would drive specific action and therefore specific financing towards how do you identify solutions that would really solve that specific issue.
Yep. Thanks. And last but not least, you have the final word actually on scaling, and then we might take a question from the audience.
Fantastic. Then I'll keep it brief. I'll start with the packaging, sachets. My first job was working in the FMCG industry, and it was selling to Asia and Africa, exactly that. And how did we make profit? Was by selling the smallest quantity and SKU possible, because that's where the biggest margins were. As simple as that. Now, how do we create that economic incentive? You have to price in externalities, right? It's not just about the right incentives from financial institutions. You have to price in the right external. But then policy is also extremely important to bring those several instruments into play. And that's also a critical pillar that we're bringing in the Global Circularity Protocol for business. So this is business-led, but it has governance behind it. There is a lot of policymakers behind it. We also have the scientific community behind it to make sure that this is really, now I'm missing the word, but basically it's an interdisciplinary exercise, but we also eventually go into a space that we start setting science-based targets for circularity so that you can start comparing in a transparent way company A, company B, not just for investors, but for civil society to start comparing that. And then we can start having that discussion. So I'll leave the difficult work of pricing in externalities to the financial community. Let us do the work on building that protocol. But just to say, and this is, I'm throwing a bridge here, you know, very pleased to see the great interest from the financial community, hopefully also UNEP and others. We are going to develop, as part of that reporting disclosure and financial markets work that we'll be doing next 6 months, starting to connect and create those valuation models and have those discussions on linear risks versus circular risks, and how do we start having that discussion so that it's not just vertical, but it's actually a circular valuation.
Yeah. So for the benefit of civil society, of science, and actually the regulator to take your work and to learn from it, and actually to take it as an example going forward. Thanks for sharing, dear panel. We might take one question from the room, and I know there's a microphone on site. It's that gentleman that's going to give you the microphone. Is there one person that wants to ask a question? Because I think then we'll hit this 18 o'clock mark. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Joseph Naim, Calmus Capital. Thank you so much for great insights, and it is important to measure to be able to manage. But it shouldn't just be what we measure that we manage. And when coming up with systemic decisions on relative importance, microplastics in terms of the negative harm beyond the nature and climate-related conversations, but on the health aspect, research is still being done. It's still not measured, and especially the links with cancer or health in general. It's logical, but there isn't statistical data for us to be able to mobilize management of it. But should there be, or even without it, how would that change the landscape on including, in particular in insurance, the healthcare industry and the financial need and savings on a systemic level from the health industry, which isn't part of this conversation yet, just because the data isn't there linking it. Second part to that question is, should that be the case, how would that change the difference between recycled plastic, which probably has 3 times more microplastics as a result?
Okay, there's 3 questions here, and there's 1 minute to answer, and you're putting that on on Lauren, actually, because you addressed it to the insurance industry. I think the general topic of the question, I'm trying to kind of summarize it in an overarching question. By lack of certainty, how do you deal with that? The health issues of certain products, and this was particularly about microplastics, but there's a lot of other chemicals where this is concerned. So how does an insurance company, by lack of certainty or scientific consensus, deal with these type of difficult topics?
That's not the easiest question to answer at 6 o'clock. Just saying. Okay, so let me give it a go, and then we'll see how we go with that. So I think if I take the health question, I think it goes beyond the the private sector, and it's whether there is a mismatch between the public sector, because there's a public health issue. And you mentioned microplastic is quite interesting, because we did some work on that. And you're right, there is no evidence yet that links microplastic with cancer, but there is a strong view that they could be very close links. So if you take the health insurance industry, I think in countries where the public sector plays a significant role, which is most of the European countries, the states will have to make a decision on how they're going to protect the public health. Now, countries where the private sector is taking a prominent role, like in the US or other countries, Singapore being one of them, that's going to be a very tough conversation to have, because what are you going to do? You're going to exclude people that live in cities where you have polluted water. What are they going to do? It's going to be very sad story, I would imagine. But then, if I take the other side of the equation, which is the insurance industry that insurance chemical emitters, well, we know that a number of chemicals are already excluded from by the insurers and reinsurers. So if a company is producing phthalates, for example, they're not insured anymore. So it's where there is an interesting conversation that sometimes we have to ask ourselves, where is the public sector and the states are going to take a role to push changes, and where the private sector can play a role.
Yeah. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. It depends on the region that we're talking about, so thanks for addressing that. But also in the lack of certainty, there are decisions that already are made, and there are exclusions, and the financial sector is acting on it. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the panel. This was only one question we could take. You can address our panelists, because they will be here for you to talk to after the panel. And I thank you for your precious time and for being with us. And without further ado, I would like to ask a warm hand of applause for our panelists. Thank you.